Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and a warm welcome to day 2 of the International Innovation and Creativity Conclave version 2.0. Well, before we start with our proceedings of the day, please allow me to provide you with a quick recap of day 1. Well, session 1 on the day 1 was a panel discussion on creative internationalization, nurturing unique collaborations in education. Session 2 was again a panel discussion on reimagining education. What do future campuses look like? Then there was a special session by Dr. Mila Popovich on Futures Literacy Role of India, followed by presentations by some of our international universities who are part of i2C2 2.0 on innovative pedagogies and best practices. I'm also pleased to inform the audience that it was a fruitful day with 8 MOUs being signed. And finally, day 1 found its perfect icing on the cake with vibrant cultural performances by the Department of Youth, Advancement, Tourism and Culture, Government of Andhra Pradesh. What an eventful day it was, isn't it? I'm sure day 2 will be even more enlightening, informative, illuminating, and gratifying. Well, on that note, let's now invite Dr. Rahim from Daffodil University for his presentation.
Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Rupa Ma'am, also Honorable Founder of the Best Innovation University, and Honorable Vice Chancellor of Best Innovation University, and dignitaries, gentlemen and ladies, Assalamu alaikum, very good morning, namaskar, namaste. Actually, on behalf of Dr. Sabur Khan, the Honorable Chairman, Daffodil International University, he's supposed to join these events, and he tried best but couldn't get the visa on time. As I am the advisor of the Daffodil International University, I'll try to present his presentation in short. The leading higher education innovation in the digital era. Here we are today, the Industry 1.0, mechanization, steam power weaving loom, and the second industry is the mass production assembly line electrical energy. 3, automation, computers, and electronics. Now we are in 4th industrial summits now, cyber, physical systems, Internet of Things, and networking. Today's buzzwords, big data, Internet of Things, blockchain, 3D printing, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, augmented reality, and virtual reality. Industry 4 provides new paradigm for the industrial management of SMEs, supported by a growing number of new technologies. This concept appears more flexible and expensive than traditional system. Convergence of higher education with technology, challenges faced by the universities, cohort learning, fixed education structure, single pace of learning, face-to-face knowledge dissemination, limited counseling system, knowledge based in physical libraries, etc., etc. need for higher education solution, emphasis on personalized and adaptive learning and cognitive flexibility to tailor education needs, focus on differentiated instructions to help teachers assess students. Okay. Uh, and the technology in higher education. Emerging technologies now is the big data analytics, robotics, Internet of Things, augmented reality, cloud computing, and cognitive computing. So technology-based educations, market-based curriculum, technological adaptation, project-based learning, 21st century skills, the blended education system, which we are applying in Daffodil International University. So Daffodil University, they started Smart Education, GoEdu, and Blended Learning Center. Over the 50 modules, we are now under Smart Edu, that is the platform, second virtual education environment, collaborations and management effectively and efficiently. It's also under demonstrating one module is smart-based, and also it's not creating impact with a better educational platform. Virtual Edu Gates, that is the biggest virtual admission fair in Bangladesh. The one student, one laptop, that's every student having the laptops. And virtual farewell ceremony, International Online University, an open platform for online courses offered by reputed teachers, educator, institution, organization worldwide that aims to lower the skill gaps of learners by offering modular skill, etc., etc. It is a time to upgrade into win-win focused technology-oriented sustainable virtual platform for the higher education institution, educators, and learners from anywhere of the world. Social media is a great blessing of technology, no doubt. But our young generation is using it as the weapons of waste of time. So, universities are busy in producing the graduate only, lacking soft skills and hard skills. Industry should be in search of right university on focusing on a specific area of collaborations for future impact. Industry should also collaborate in outcome-based curriculum development and update to curriculum continuously. Industry should collaborate with academia to create skilled people, which will be beneficial for that, particularly industry's growth as well. Global best practices. South Korea leads world in innovation, Bloomberg Innovation Indexes. Second, I think, Singapore, and third in Switzerland. Unfortunately, we are not there. Korea, Jungan, Samsung looks university for help with chips and display. I think Samsung given $83 million for universities for the development of curriculum and other things. Samsung started your innovation center, university relations team also build relations with the university research entity, which needs from other industries too. So again, industries can share their best practices with the academicians as case study. And industry-academia linkage, academia-industry linkage is important tools for innovation technologies and that. Response from Daffodil International University to support industry-academia relations in Bangladesh. Department of Innovation and Entrepreneurship, Daffodil International University, first of its kind in whole Bangladesh. Employability and Daffodil Business Incubator, Bangladesh Venture Capital Limited also is a part of the Daffodil International University. That's developing the Entrepreneurship Development Fund. And Snati Academia lecture series on entrepreneurship developments. One students, one laptop. One card solution provides unified permissions, credentials, payments, and security across the campus. This one card is one of the innovations system for the Daffodil International University. They can use in the bank, they can use the food court, anywhere with a single card. And student portal and dashboard, you can see the student portal, DIU have the, so almost 100% they are on the online system. Daffodil Inter Forum has also, it's a DIU Innovation Lab, DIU Startup Market, DIU ICT Carnival, DIU Teaching Apprenticeship Fellowship. DIU also from Industry 1 on to Industry 4. You can see from Industry 1 to Industry 4. First industrial renovation, second industrial revolution, third industrial revolution, and fourth industrial revolution. And in fourth industrial revolutions, the DIU is trying to be the smart on that program. Gamifications and the learning also by the DIU International Universities. Active international collaboration with around 400 plus universities all over the world. And recently with also Best Innovation University here in India. And international events and competitions, skill developments, and caution, if we are not prepared, then technology will dominate. Need joint industry academia efforts to prepare for future. I think, thanks for attention. Unfortunately, I can't give full answer because I am not main presenter. Anyway, still, if you have any question, because as advisor, I can answer in short. If not, thanks again for your patient hearing.
May I request our beloved chairman, Shri Bharatlal Meenaji and Dr. Rupa ma'am to join us to present a small memento as a token of love and gratitude.
Because it's Sobur Khan's. Yeah.
Thank you.
I finish within 10 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to invite Professor Ashutosh Sharma, President INSA, Chairs S20, and former Secretary DST, Government of India, for his presentation.
Good morning. What is it? 10 minutes? Oh. So how my throat is not good, so I'll finish in less than half an hour. It's a promise, not a threat, really. But I think, how much time do I have? 10 minutes. Okay, great. But I'm feeling good because we, went to a temple in the morning, had good darshan and everything. So, which gave me some new ideas about the stuff that I was talking about yesterday. So this is part two. Part two, Sharma strikes again. This is part two of this stuff that we were doing yesterday. And so to very quickly recall what we did yesterday, It's about invention, innovation, creativity, and why do we need them, and what are the challenges that we need the stuff to address them. And we said, okay, invention is money in, knowledge out. Innovation is knowledge in, money out. And they can work together. And creativity is connecting the dots of knowledge which have not been connected before. So that's all very good. And why do we need them? So we argued that the challenges that we face today and in the future, those are challenges which cannot be addressed completely with business as usual, so that one would have to be creative in some sense. Sometimes we call it now interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, out of disciplinary, all kind of disciplinary are being talked about. This is another way to formulate that problem of creativity. So we need all of that. Plus, what is it that makes us successful? So this is an education conclave. And so I want to see, look, what would help us solve problems of the future? If we were to recall some of those overarching problems of future, of course there are the problems, the usual suspects, which is health, energy, transport, housing, water, environment. We may add to that judiciary, governance, and what have you. Also the rise of microbial resistance. And there are many challenges out there, especially water and environment. So these together with sustainable development in all aspects, as well as the rise of intelligent machines, these are the overarching problems of the future. So rise of intelligent machines, it poses very severe dislocations, unprecedented, nothing that we ever thought about how to deal with these things, whether in education or in every other aspect of our life. So to deal with them, we need, of course, we need science and technology. We also need governance and all that other aspects. We need policies for our knowledge to work. That's a fact which is often not appreciated. So people say, hey, I got drone, I got LiDAR, so I can map, right? But if you are all looking at your phones, please open the app that you use for maps. It's not an Indian map. Why do you think that is so? In fact, it's made by Indians sitting in Bangalore. I talked to all of them over the years. So the map that we use for development, for governance, for everything is not our map. It is our data. It's our data, it's our, something that belongs to us, the country and its citizens. But it's not monetized by us. And it's not because of the lack of technology. So you can buy drones, you can fit them with LiDAR, you can fly them, and you can do mapping, and you also have satellites and everything, can do it. So what's the problem? The problem was policy. The policy from the time of British 200 years ago said you cannot map. And it said to map, you need very tedious approvals from home, from defense, from IB, and you can imagine you start sweating very soon once you have heard all of this. And it takes 8 months even for Survey of India to get those approvals, which is a government organization. So private players, you guys forget it. That's a problem that we looked at in Department of Science and Technology to usher in a new policy. Without getting into details, it's just to say that no approval is needed by any Indian entity for surveying and mapping, except in those areas which are out of bound by a competent authority. So you separate the problem of development from the problem of security, and not bind the problem of development with security, and you say, look, that security is overriding, and nothing would happen. So what did it do? It started a new scheme called Swamitva. And Prime Minister's one of the favorite schemes, Swamitva. So the Swamitva scheme, it has to do with mapping rural areas, because most of the people in rural areas Right. So what I was saying is that our knowledge cannot work unless we have the right policy. And the example I gave is a surveying and mapping policy, and which was off bounds for 200 years. Now the Swamitwa scheme, because of the new policy, deregulating the sector, liberalizing the sector, you can fly drones, you can do mapping, and that basically means that the rural population can get their certificate of ownership of their land. Now you think about, it doesn't seem like a revolution, but actually it is. Why? Because half the litigation going on in the courts is because we don't have ownership certificate, so there is a litigation going on and so on. But most importantly, if I don't have ownership certificate of my land, then I cannot monetize that land. So which is a treasure which is locked up totally. And what is the magnitude of that treasure? You can now you can go to bank and take loan against it if you had the ownership certificate. And so the magnitude of that treasure is not thousands of crores. It is tens of lakhs of crores. And that's the impact it would generate on economy. Very simple thing. So it's not only about the knowledge that we have, but how do we put it into use? So I would conclude soon by saying that another way that you use your knowledge, including science and technology and innovation, is by connecting it to society. And as we started to talk about it a little bit, what are the interfaces with society? How do you develop them? How does one pull them in? With a question there? No? Okay. I'm a professor. Every time I see a hand going up, I say there's a question out there. But anyway, never mind. So, what was I saying? Yeah, society. So, traditionally, the interface between knowledge and society went through industry. So if I develop a product, if I develop science, technology, anything, then my industry must be empowered, must have the muscle to take it to the society and economy. So that's the traditional model of how knowledge actually diffuses, and its product diffuse in the society. But that's not enough, especially in view of the overarching challenges that we were talking about: sustainable development, climate change, rise of biotic resistance, the intelligent machines, cyber physical systems. We don't have time to go into it, but every single aspect of our life, if we are sitting here 10 years later, you take it from me, our life would have changed. And it would have changed in many ways which are today not recognizable. Some for good, some for less good, and this is to do with the shadows and light of technology. Every technology throws some shadow, and if we don't know how to deal with it, because there is no overarching wisdom out there which deals with it. So anyhow, there's the thing. But of course, to looking at our traditional and local wisdom is often one of the things, but one cannot, so there are these two camps always in society. We say, look, traditional wisdom is 100% holistic, even if it may have been diluted and lost and its meaning may have been lost. There are other camp which says everything traditional, or local, whatever, has no meaning. It's not like that. So we got traditional wisdom, but we got to put it test it. The research has to be ongoing. There is no such thing as Neem Hakim. So something that works, when does it work, how does it work? If we were to check out all of this, we would make traditional wisdom that much more powerful, and that it would work for us. So anyway, there are another aspects. I recall making a policy in Department of Science and Technology, which was called scientific social responsibility, which is not along the lines of corporate social responsibility, but different. Now, how is it different? How do we think about scientific social responsibility? It's not about doing research that's socially relevant. That's the first thought that comes to mind. It's much more than that. What it is that every scientific institution, every scientist has resources. What are those resources? Well, knowledge resources, information resources, infrastructural resources, students, and all of that. Can we use any of these resources to reach out any section of society and empower it? which means MSMEs, startups, farmers, women living in small places, and so on. If you were to spend just couple of hours, few hours a month with the school children next door, and so on, all of that actually counts for scientific social responsibility. And in fact, it was implemented on a limited scale. The policies out there, you can look at it if you search Google. I'll tell you actually what it means. So the research projects which are supported by the government, we can tag on voluntarily a little component called scientific social responsibility, and it seems to work very well. So finally, to conclude my talk, the question we were asking is a very complex, very multi-dimensional question. What makes our knowledge work? Is it only the generation of knowledge? Is it only creating the knowledge with relevance and direction and quality? Or is it also the mechanisms for consumption of that knowledge? So creating knowledge and consuming knowledge is a little bit complex subject. But I would just conclude by saying that knowledge has many different dimensions, especially when you translate it in society. Now, what comes to my mind, and especially because I visited the temple in the morning, as I said, what came to my mind was Psychology 101 that I did back in 1977 in one of the IITs. So it looks like long time ago, but you see the problems of human mind have not changed. In fact, they have not changed in 5,000 years, not only to say now, not in 50 years. So what are these problems? So what I recall, there is this Maslow's pyramid of needs, hierarchical needs as they are called. At the bottom of these pyramid are the needs of roti, kapda, and makan, physiological needs for security, need for food, clothing, and shelter and stuff like that, which is great. Then as you move up the hierarchy of needs, you got to satisfy okay, security, but also psychological security. Connect. How do you connect with your family and your friends and larger society and so on? There are needs related to that. In fact, that's why all the social media is so popular, because we can no longer meet people, don't have time and so okay, basically social media. So then moving up, you would have needs which are related to not needs of deficiency, but needs of development, which are, for example, feeling good about yourself, need for achievement, need for happiness, and so on. Now, if you think about it, and I've thought about it for 30 years, some of the needs which are what are called the deficiency needs, they can be satisfied, they can be addressed by technology. And in fact, they can be addressed by knowledge of all kind. But there are other needs. You see, so every time I meet somebody who is very rich, very successful, very whatever, and I say, look, I mean, this person, does he have some special tools for dealing with the higher needs? Or is about the same as everybody else? I have to say it's about the same as everybody else. So, question therefore comes that, okay, there is a technology of outside, but there is also a technology of inside, the mind over here. And we have neglected that for a long time, since the beginning of industrial age, at least, or maybe a little bit longer than that. And so the question is, well, to bring a harmony between what you may call the technology of inside and the technology of outside, both would be equally important and have to work together. In fact, it is my culture of the brain, my mind, my happiness, which leads to making good outside. And so it is not possible for people who are just, self-centered and greedy to actually take care of climate change. It will never happen, no matter what technology you would bring forth. Take it from me, I've studied every aspect of climate change. By turn of the century, you would have 4 degrees Celsius temperature rise and all the stuff that comes with it. So it is not about science and technology alone, but it is about saying, look, how is it that we can live? Okay, and how is it that we can be satisfied using all the knowledge that we have, creating the right kind of knowledge, consuming that knowledge, putting that knowledge into action. And so this is a very rich field of investigation, if you would, connecting the inside to outside and how both of them affect the other, and they affect in a very profound way. Thank you very much. Stop there. Uh, be warned, he asked me to stay, which is a very bad thing. But tell me.
To felicitate you.
Oh, Felice.
Thank you very much, sir. May I request our chairman, sir, to do the honors, please? To present a small token of love and gratitude to Ashutosh Sarma. Thank you very much, both of you. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Pankaj Mittal has flown back due to some official commitments. Uh, it's now a pleasure to invite Dr. Srinivas Rao, Director, National Academy of Agriculture Research Management, Hyderabad, for a special address.
Good morning again, uh, all the guests and the colleagues and friends. And I would like to take your attention for the 10 to 12 points in my special lecture. And starting with that, today, in fact, Mother Earth, the planet is carrying 8 billion, more than 8 billion population, where Indian population is 1.42 billions. Just we are ahead of China, 0.02 billions. Therefore, planet sustainability and human sustainability should go hand in hand. So thanks to this innovation conclave for bringing all of us here. Ram Madhavji also here today. Nice to see you, sir. Let me start with a couple, 1 or 2 minutes, 12 minutes, 13 minutes? 12 minutes. So let me start with NAM. What is NAM? How it is, you can take advantage of NAM. NAM is a National Academy of Agriculture Research Management, just like Lal Bahadur Shastri Academy for civil servants, like Indira Gandhi National Forest Academy for IFS officers, Sardar Patel Institute, Sardar Patel Academy at Hyderabad for IPS. So this is National Academy of Agriculture Research Management for all Indian agriculture scientists. They first start their career as a Gurukul, all Indian agriculture scientists, and recently all agriculture faculty of 74 State Agriculture University. They get trained foundation course at this academy. And they keep coming. Once they are the mid-level and they become directors, they keep. So initially we train them how to do best research in agriculture for farmers. When they come middle, how to lead the teams. When they come as a director, how see the country focus as a leader. How world can, India can export grapes. India can export chicken. How India is a wheat exporter. How wealth creation. That is the focus for the directors. We have second vertical, and so far in a year we trained around 15,000 people with the very biggest establishment, and very happy that Dr. Rupa, best university, and we are going to have MOU. Recently we have MOU with Mallaradi University and several private institutes, lot of industries. We have second vertical. Particularly would like to present to Ram Madhavji. This is one of the think tank research policy institute of agriculture under DARE ICR. We do several policy papers like water policy, climate policy, farmer producing organizations, digital education, organic farming, natural farming, and many aspects. And we provide to the different ministries of central government as well as state governments to implement, to bring their attention based on the priorities and country's challenges, so that the policy recommendations will go as a priority list. Then they spend more money and programs come like that. Water is important, climate is important, natural farming, safe food is important, like that. We have third vertical, agribusiness incubation center, very, very strong. It trains entire country because we wanted to say agri products. Technology business incubation center is serving for all the people. And only one ICR institute have agribusiness management course with 130 students. We wanted to see that lot of agri graduates or any science graduate or any graduate, we wanted to see that they will become entrepreneurs, particularly agriculture. India, in fact, more than 70% are directly or indirectly associated with agriculture. And that's why we wanted to see a lot of agri entrepreneurs so that they will be job providers, not job seekers. And also, and they will create lot of wealth for India, lot of wealth for India. So that is the norm, 4 verticals. So you are most, any university, private, public institute, you are most welcome to utilize services. We have largest infrastructure, 400 rooms, everything. It's a green campus, award-winning green campus. And second one, I would start that education is a very, very holy job. We all know that Indian culture and traditions, how teachers molded us. In my case also, I was studying in the temple veranda. In fact, there was no school. One teacher, one headmaster came in the last month of my 10th class. He made altogether change. So teachers have great role. They can make from nothing to miracle. So education is a very, very critical role, and a new education policy for India. We are all thankful to new education policy of Government of India, where we wanted to see that through education policy, India will turn as a Vishwaguru, and in all the subjects. It's not only agriculture and technology and engineering. Then I wanted to bring all the private institutes, public institute here. I wanted to see that all our teaching should go hand in hand with the green campus, green energy, green environment, greening of India. As for government policy, agro-forest policy, 1/3 land, Indian land should cover with forestry, but at present we have only 20%. There is a gap for another 10 to 11 million hectares. So how to fill that gap for planting? So please sensitize the students in education how planting. I take one tip. If all the students in the universities, when birthdays are there, chocolates are distributed. So my point of view, we can also add that I request all the boys and girls who are there at a birthday celebration, ask them to plant one tree. Then tomorrow, rather, as a teacher, I would like to give chocolate next day, and I will declare a particular student to call up the dais, and I declare is a hero, heroine of the day. So that is the motivation how each plant is planted, and that plant, chocolate, of course, comes and goes, but really this planting trees is a future. Then I will take another important point is that plastics, waste management. So please sensitize, this is the curriculum. Plastics are making our e-waste. We are all very fond of computers, laptops, e-waste management, plastics, and any waste. In fact, even agriculture waste, 650 million tons of crop residue. Out of that, 350 to 400 million tons is burned. And Delhi, we all know that Ashutosh ji was also telling, I am very fond, I am the climate scientist. So always I see that though he told and really warned us to be sensitive about 4-degree increase of planet temperature, but our efforts should start, each one, all community, planet community, Indian community, farmers, students need to contribute to climate change adaptation and mitigation. Otherwise, if by this end of the century 4 degrees, then next century 8 degrees, how planet, human sustainability, even sustenance is the question. Biodiversity is the question. So then I will take that, I will request one cue, all the teachers to teach about plastics. When anybody is going for mother tells to bring 4 packets of milk, that plastics are very easy to carry. We are fond of that. But only thing is that when they are bringing plastics, ask students, you wash it and turn it down, and again when you are going for next day milk, you use that one. Here it is that. That is the way policy has come. Single-use plastic should not be this thing. Multiple uses. So please, if students are sensitized, parents listen. Parents are sensitized, their relatives listen. Then relatives to the colonies and communities. This is the social campaign. And third one is renewable energy. In fact, very, very important. Water is scarce. Electricity is, saving electricity is, any electricity based on the coal-based energy is a dirty energy, in the sense that it emits a lot of carbon. So we need to move solar. So sensitization of energy consumption and creation of solar hybrid-based. For example, in agriculture, 80 to 90% of energy is consumed lifting water. Can we devise that? Can we devise a hybrid mode? Solar plus diesel-based, solar-based, other-based. So that is another innovation perhaps we need to take forward. Then another is native food. In India, in fact, we are very fond and very grandmother recipes. Grandmother recipes are very, very important. And you see any abroad, if any Indian restaurant is there, more than Indians, other people are taking food. You know, during COVID period, all our South Indian rasam is preferred. Every day we are started taking. Even ginger tea and turmeric milk. In fact, grandmother has always was telling that it should become a part of our thing, and also our traditional thali system. Traditional thali system, how, for example, diversity in the plate is very, very important. Then another one important aspect is this year, United Nations is celebrating International Year of Millets. I wanted to request and sensitize. Time is over? Okay, So I have 2 points more. International Year of Millets. So I would like to, these are the native foods. I tell you one example. Rice has a fiber content of 0.2%, whereas some of the millets are having almost 10 to 20% of millet. And for example, where I have come from, Hyderabad is a diabetic capital. Everybody looks for fiber. Everybody wants. So kindly see that the millet are important. So I will also take startups. We wanted to see a lot of agri-based startups and gender and mainstreaming. And the last point is a public-private partnership. In fact, recently we have done national brainstorming session where the best university, Dr. Rupa and her colleagues participated. How to see that public-private partnership is inbuilt so that we together can take to the country and society. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now may I request Dr. Rupa to join us in presenting a small memento as a token of love and appreciation. Well, it's an absolute pleasure to invite Mr. Anand Raj Tripathi now, Mayor of Banu Nagarpalika, Nepal, for a special address.
Namaskar. Namaste from Nepal. Respected chair, fellow delegates, and dear participants, it is a great opportunity for me to be present at the International Innovation and Creativity Conclave, i2C2 version, especially at the juncture of the midpoint of our march towards sustainable development goals SDGs. I can see many different targets and indicators of the 17 goals have been associated with the topic being discussed in the conclave. This event under the World Forum for Education has really brought different stakeholders from the higher education ecosystem, policy makers, industry, and innovators on common platform. The theme, namely creativity, internalization, nurturing unique collaboration in education, remaining education, what do your future campuses look like? Green economy, food, energy, water, nexus, culture reconnection, instructional design and delivery, leading higher education innovation in the digital era, are able to reflect global, regional, and local issues. Government, private entities, and communities should work hard on hand for over sustainable development. Mutual collaboration is the way that takes us for ahead in sustainable manner. Government, academia, as well as industry, academia, and government industry collaboration is an important process for sustainable development. Bhanu municipality has signed a MOU with School of Management, Tribhuvan University last year with the vision for mutual cooperation to support each other. We hope the MOU has paved a path, not only paved a path to foster research within the municipality, but also it has added to break in the domain of entrepreneurship development. In fact, we are eager to enhance such collaboration across the national border. I humbly request the academicians present here to consider such collaboration is a Bhanu municipality. We will be happy to move ahead together. Further sharing about a recently completed project entitled Photovoltaic Power System for Sustainable Development in Bhanu municipality, Nepal, that has been implemented in Bhanu municipality. EBC China project organized by Asia Pacific Telecommunity has installed photovoltaic power generation and energy storage equipment through which the operational security of ICT facilities as well as street light systems have been greatly enhanced. The risks of power outages have been reduced, operating costs have been saved, and efficiency has been improved, especially in the municipality office, to schools and to community more in environment-friendly projects in the future. Focusing on SDG 4 quality education, government seriously thinking about basic and secondary education. There is a huge space for improvement in basic school as well as community schools in the municipality area. Community schools are in the core of our plans in order to ensure quality education for all. Not only the hard part, physical infrastructure, but also the soft part, teaching and community engagement need a huge investment for betterment of education. For the further, the limited resource need to be carefully invested, not only in school buildings and labs, but also proper planning is to be done to manage school transportation, especially buses for students residing from far from schools. The issues being discussed in this conclave shall be important set for my knowledge. I am grateful to the organizers for providing me to the opportunity to participate in the share my thoughts. The tools and technologies available in this digital era will surely be helpful for continuation of discussion. I will be looking forward to the future collaboration among the participants of this conclave as well as thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request our beloved Chairman Shri Bharatlal Meenaji to present a token of love and appreciation to sir. Um, May I now request the hotel staff to kindly make seating arrangements for the next session? One more mic. Mic. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed an honor and a privilege to welcome Dr. Ram Madhavji. He is the president and founder of India Foundation, ex-General Secretary BJP, an author and a social leader. He is our special eminent guest and chair for this session. We are truly blessed to have him here amongst us in our conclave. Dr. Ram Madhavji is a renowned author and a thinker. He has over 300 publications to his credit. He has authored several books in English and Telugu that include The Hindutva Paradigm, Integral Humanism, and the Quest for a Non-Western Worldview. Because India Comes First, Reflections on Nationalism, Identify and Culture, and Uneasy Neighbors, India and China after 50 years of the war. His most recent book, Partition Freedom, explores the untold history of India's partition in 1947 and the birth of Pakistan. Words fail me to describe how blessed and honored we are to have him amongst us. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be a special interactive session with Dr. Ram Madhavji on innovation in higher education. Well, we have a very special moderator for this session. Let me now invite Dr. Rupa Vasudevan, Global Chair of World Forum for Education and Chancellor of Bharati Engineering, Science and Technology Innovation University, Andhra Pradesh, on stage, please. Now, I welcome Sri Kumar Shekhar Vijayendra, Chancellor, Shobhit University, Meerut, Uttar Pradesh. Thank you, sir. It's a pleasure to invite on stage Dr. Madhu Chitkara, Pro-Chancellor of Chitkara University, Chandigarh, Punjab. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to invite Professor Rajita Kulkarni, President, Sri Sri University, Odisha. Well, I would now like to invite on stage Mr. B.S. Yadav, Chancellor, IES University, Bhopal. And it's definitely a pleasure to invite on stage Dr. P. Balakrishna Shetty, MD Pro-Chancellor, Mallareddy University, Hyderabad, and President, Karnataka Radiology. Let me now request Dr. Rupa ma'am to take over. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Hello, good morning to everyone. Thank you so much for being here for this very special session with Dr. Ram Madhavji, someone I have known for quite some time now and have been very fortunate to attend some of very signature events of the think tank that he represents, India Foundation. The Indian Ocean Conference recently concluded with grand success. It was remarkable, sir, to be a part of that. Thank you very much. So today's session is basically, and since yesterday, we've been deliberating, ideating, discussing on the future of education. As educators, we have some luminous personalities in the dais. We have chancellors and founders of 6 universities here, and we all represent different states, sir. In India, education is extremely complex, and I'm sure everybody agrees this. It's a complex country. We have 265 million children in school. We have 6 lakh colleges. We have more than 8 million graduates churned out every year. What is the repercussion of all this? this is on one hand. On the other hand, we have a great demographic dividend that we call. We are the youngest country in the world. All our students, all our children, the average age here is 28, which is pointing towards the global workforce. So what do we do as educators actually? As educators, we are supposed to engage our faculties, our staff towards their professional goals, while the teachers engage the students in profound learner experiences such that it aligns with the future of work. This is what we do. What has changed? The world is evolving. Technological innovations have pushed us to the very corner now. We have several different digital tools that we use. Students are far more aware about technology than it was earlier. So we've been pushed into this digital era that is very promising, of course. It can help us in very million ways for a country like India. But I would like to know from each one of the illustrious participants here as to what exactly will be the role of an educator, a teacher, a guru in this whole digital scenario. Sir, I would like to start with you first.
Thank you, Rupaji. Friends, it's a pleasure to be here in this conference. Although I'm neither an edupreneur nor an educator. I'm connected with a think tank. I'm also a public activist. Still have been called to be there in this panel. I don't know if I'm a fit or a misfit here. But sometimes being an outsider helps. I can throw up some ideas for your consideration. I think they are very important ideas. We all have to really understand what India needs today. The world is today passing through a major transformation. I have been hearing about various facets of that transformation from speaker after speaker. We are into Industry 4.0. We are into Internet 3.0. We are into Genetics 2.0. We are transiting into a very new era. Rupaji is talking about digital era. Digital era is where we are today. But the world is transitioning into the era of artificial intelligence. We are moving. And this movement, this transformation is happening very fast. You will be surprised to know, but by that, earlier Sharmaji was mentioning about it. By 2035, we will be living in a totally different world. Just I give you one example. We are now in the digital era, familiar very much with the fake news. We have friends from IT industry. We are familiar with fake news, right? We are entering into an era where we will be facing fake persons. That is the era of artificial intelligence we are entering. India is trying to catch up. The government of the day has done a lot of efforts in the last 10 years. As a result, we have made certain progress. Today, we all proudly say, in fact, there was a mention about startups. We today proudly say that we are the startup capital. We are actually becoming a startup capital of the world. It's an exaggeration, I would say. We are nowhere near becoming startup capital. But yes, there is a massive push for startups. The result is we have 1 million+ startups registered with the government today. And out of that, we have heard about unicorns, which have made $1 billion+ business already. There are about more than 100 of them, 108 they say. Number grows, number keeps changing. But more than 100 of them are unicorns today. Once unicorns grow, an ecosystem grows, so more startups will come up. That's what is happening, which is a good thing. Government has enormous focus through Atmanirbharta, through Startup India, Stand Up India, etc. This is all a good story of the present, what is happening in the country. Because time is short, I will quickly take you through 2-3 major issues towards which our attention should go. Number one, we're talking about innovation and creativity, right? These are the two words that you used in your thing. May I put a simple question? That are we really innovating or imitating? Are we really creating or copying? What passes off in India largely by the name of innovation is actually imitation, secondary innovation, not primary innovation. The UPI, Unified Payment Interface, UPI, we use for payments today. There's a one major innovation that we can talk about in the last decade that India has made. You can't mention the second original innovation. Yes? I mean, to give an example, with lot of pride I say, we have today more than 10 Vande Bharat trains running. High-speed rail system we have. But do you know the first high-speed rail ran in China in 2008? We are 15 years behind. But the point that we must underscore is that we are catching up. So it is here that you as educators, whether edupreneurs or educators, have to understand that what India needs today is not any status quo. It needs to catch up with the world in big time. Big time. We are where China was in year 2000. Can you imagine? For catching up, we have to do a lot of things. Number one, our R&D. We are far, far lagging in our R&D. We don't spend on it. Universities do not spend. The amount of money spent on buildings, a fraction of it is not spent on R&D. It's not just about universities I'm talking about. The entire Indian R&D investment is just peanuts. Here officials are sitting, they have faced it in their own times. Our entire government's R&D spending, no, not just government and private R&D spending together is 0.7% of our GDP, less than 0.7% of our GDP, and China's R&D spending is 2.5% of our GDP. You may say, sir, the gap is only 3 times. No, remember, China's GDP is 8 times bigger than ours. That means China spends 20 times more on R&D than we spend. And the result is, the number of research papers that we publish is awfully small. In a given year, we produce 200,000 in a given year. 200,000, and a total of 1 million we produce in 5 years. And out of these 200,000, those papers that are cited internationally by any other paper or any other publisher, citations happen only in the case of 10% papers. That's the quality of our papers. And I tell you about patents, we generate about 60,000 patents we generated in last 5 years, 60,000. Do you know how many patents China generated? 1.5 million. And in this 60,000 patents also, 50% are domestic patents. आपने चक्की को मशीन से घुमाना का मशीन बनाया, पेटेंट कर लिया, वो तो ऑर्डिनरी पेटेंटिंग है. Such patents are dominating our patent ecosystem. In areas after areas, we have 0 patents, 0. We don't do any patenting also. We don't do R&D, we don't do patenting. Where is innovation possible in such an ecosystem? Artificial intelligence is the future. It is estimated that $1.5 trillion is going to be the economy, the total size of the artificial intelligence industry by 2030. 70 to 75% is going to be in the pockets of China and America. India's revenue right now is about $250 billion. It may at the most go up to $500 billion. Friends, we have to think seriously. Unless we turn our attention to these areas, frontier areas, Sir Srinivas Rao sir talked about renewable energy, etc. We are struggling with our solar energy panels. Do you know what is Japan doing today? Japan is preparing to capture solar energy in outer space and send it to their country. It's going to capture there. It's developing technology to capture solar energy in the outer space. Outer space is where the competition is. Do you know, to this day, we are fighting in the government as to what should be the rules for drones that fly at 4,000 feet. Forget about outer space. We are still unable to decide where to fly our drones. I'm not here to give you a scary picture about where we are. That's not my intention. My whole intention is that whole attitude of our education system should change. Let me end, probably we will have more discussion. Let me end by saying only one thing. Don't think about the present at all. Forget about the present. Can you create students of the future? I will leave with a statement, probably a submission. Please think about it as professors, academics, and educators. We today need researchers, students, scholars, who can find answers to questions that do not exist. That do not exist is the important word. We need such kind of research, such kind of innovation. Otherwise, I'm quite familiar with the kind of research and innovation that is happening in this country. I have great respect for it. We are working hard today, but we are working hard today only to catch up. We need to lead. Many other governmental problems are there. I don't want to go into that. What is the government support? What is the ecosystem in the government? What is the ease of doing business ecosystem in the country? All those things are there. We very proudly declared in the government today, I'm also a part of the ruling establishment, we proudly declared that 240 of our startups have been acquired by venture capitalists. They have earned a revenue of $150 billion. It's a good data point for the government. But do you know actually what happened? In India, there is no risk capital. Nobody who has money in India doesn't invest in any risk venture. So all these startups are actually being acquired by people outside of India. The venture capitalists coming from USA, coming from Dubai, coming from Singapore, they are investing and actually taking over. So what India is getting is actually only a tax part of it. Suppose the government charges 10% tax. Government gets the 10% tax. Innovation is India's, but the money is going to Dubai, money is going to Singapore, money is going to America. A different story. Chalo, economics of it. I'm not getting into that too much. But primarily, about research, about R&D, a complete new thinking is required. We have to prepare our institutions for that. That's why I always insist, we have to build institutions, but a part of that institution should be institution of excellence. When I say excellence, excellence not just in IKS, Indian Knowledge Systems. That is required, some universities should do, but some need to do real catch-up with the rest of the world. When I say rest of the world, especially countries like China and America, we need to build that kind of an ecosystem. Today, we are, in terms of pure research, in terms of our innovative research, we are behind the rank of 10 in the world, behind 10, sometimes 10, sometimes 11, sometimes 12. We are hovering around the rank of 10. Can we bring it down to top 5 countries? That is the real challenge before all the educators of this country for next 10 years, friends. Thank you. I will end here.
Wow. Puts me into deep thinking, time to ponder, retrospect. We see what our other panelists have to say. I believe universities are uniquely positioned in this era to intersect, integrate the traditional expertise that we possess with the technological innovations and create profound learner experiences that align with the future of work with values. So coming to technological innovations and innovation and continuing our discussion, as we march towards this radically different technology-driven future, what are the different innovations that we require and some examples from what you all have been doing? Maybe Kuashekar ji.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much. It is indeed always a pleasure to listen to someone like Ram Madhavji, who says, I am an outsider. But when he speaks, you realize he's the real insider. The questions he raised, the concerns he discussed, they are the concerns of the day, of present. They had been a concern in the past, and they are a concern for coming 10 years. Two very important points he raised, and thank you for that. What India needs. Generally, what happens whenever we are in discussions, panels, we discuss what we are doing, we discuss what we are planning to do, we do not discuss what is required to be done. And the second point, thank you for that we love to live in a status quo. We do not want to change, because every change is scary. Every change is uncertain. Every change needs to change from inside out. It cannot be from outside in. He talked about research. You talked about R&D, what is happening, patents, many things. We all sitting over here, we can vouch for many of our achievements. We can speak about the numbers. We can say what we are doing, what numbers we have achieved in patents, citations, publications, and whatnot. But I'm sure that this deliberation is not for that. This deliberation is for a wider perspective. As you can see, sir, we are sitting here representing India. Right from Andhra Pradesh to Odisha to Uttar Pradesh to Bharat to again Andhra Pradesh to Punjab and Himachal and to Madhya Pradesh. We all are representing India. Our questions are common, our problems are common. When we talk about innovation actually, what we are doing in the classroom, are we really giving an opportunity to think creatively? Because creativity is the first condition to innovate. I am nowadays advocating that every university should have a school of gumption, which is important, which is required. We have to first ensure that our boys and girls, they have creativity in their mind, they can ask questions, they can think collaboratively, and they can think about the impact factor, social impact factor more than the impact factor of their research paper academically. Then the change will come. Dr. Mila is sitting here. Yesterday, she was giving a presentation on technology and consciousness. So what happened in our status quo, that we fall prey to technology so much that we are thinking that falling, or what imitation word you used, actually this is what we fall prey for. That technology coming from anywhere, we should copy, we should try to excel in that, we should use it to do something new. We actually forget that to do something new, creative, we have to have our own conscious. We have to understand socially, consciously, that what is needed, what society needs, how the change will come, and why this change is required. Then the things will come. As technology is there, technology, when I was a student, you must be a student. That time what we studied, what we learned is nowhere now. What is today, so there is no need to teach that, okay, today AI has come, machine learning has come, whatever has come. They will help our student. They may help them for a temporary thing to get a job. But what is required to learn, that is beyond that. And that beyond that has been always there in our system, in Indian system. So I always say that Indian education system, if we have to stop imitating, we have to ensure that holistic education system, what we had always, has to come back. These innovations, number of patents, this and that, these are again imitations. We fall ourselves, we say we are in a rat race. Every time somebody, even our ministers, honorable ministers, when they speak, they say, we are not in top 100 universities. And we must be. I say, even if we are, how it will change India? Is it going to change India if one of our university will be in top 100? It will not. The problems are different. The priorities are different. And I will like to mention this here, that all universities, especially those who are sitting here, we are working on the local needs, which need to be catered more and more and more. Every university has to understand that we are not imitating, we are not in a rat race, because in rat race, even if you win, you will remain a rat. So we are here, we have to understand a university, what Dr. Rupa has created. They are doing a wonderful job in a rural area where nobody else will go. Where they are working in Odisha, they are doing a transformation. Where we are working, or anybody of us is working, we are trying to create, we are trying to add values. And this is exactly what innovation, creation, creativity is required. I always use, I will end up with that, because time I understand. Like Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh role has to be there. Trimurti's role. Brahma is symbol of creativity. He is innovator for me, because every time he creates. Vishnu, he sustains. And a sustainer, when you sustain, you preserve something, then disruption also starts. Because you say, now this is new, what is required. To sustain this thing, something new is required. So disruption starts. And Mahesh, however we connect him with destruction, but with every destruction, new creation is there. So I always say that these three we have to understand, the process we have to understand. And once we understand, stop thinking about an university of the world. What China was, I have seen China 25 years back when I visited them first time. It was not what China is today. Fine. We have to survive, we have to be in the world, we have to be with them. But as Dr. Ram Madhavji was telling, we have to come out of a status quo, this is one, and we have to understand what India needs. And India needs that every university, every institution, every part of the country should be developed, should be educated, should be employable, and this demographical dividend, what we have, should be enriched to add value a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, when we speak about social consciousness, technology, holistic education, local needs, I would like to come back to Sri Sri University, which is exactly working on these lines, the social consciousness aspect of it. So, Rajita ji.
Thank you, Rupa, and really wonderful to be here. Thank you for inviting all of us. And I think you have curated this conference in a very topical, with a very topical and important theme. And Ram Madhavji always, whenever I have heard you, you have stirred the hornet's nest. And that is what you have done today by, I think, compelling us to think about where we are headed. And taking that, that stream of thought, I would like to present, before I come to the social consciousness part, I would like to present, and in also continuing to the point you raised, that even if what is popularly today challenged to all educators in India, as no Indian university is in the top 100, we are, in so many categories, we don't make it. I have a bigger question to ask, that when we talk about innovation, when we talk about progress, when we talk about scientific advancement, this is to what cause? Has it made our world a better place? In a physical sense, yes, our comforts have improved. Definitely today, if I have to take a flight from Bombay to Vizag, I can take it. If this was a couple of, centuries ago, I would not have been able to come in a day. So definitely at a physical sense, improvement is there for us as a humanity. But you raised the point of consciousness. Sir, you spoke about it. How is it making us better as a humanity? We are meeting here today, just coming out of COVID. I was talking to ma'am from Montenegro. She was talking about humanities and consciousness this morning at breakfast. This seems to be this itself is a big progress, I feel, that we talk about consciousness. Is it making us a happier planet? Is it making us a more sustainable planet? Is it making us a more unified planet? Unfortunately, if we see around the world, there are indications quite to the contra. Yesterday on the flight, I was reading one of the English newspapers, Dr. Madhav, and I read a news of a boy marrying a robot in Paris. And they asked him, why are you marrying a robot? He says, because I am incapable of dealing with the challenges of being with a human being. Robot is safe, will not answer me back, will not argue with me, will not have demands. This is the reality today. This is not fiction, this is fact. I yesterday also saw this news of two scientists who worked with Apple, were giving a TED talk, and they demonstrated how a technology will allow you to take a phone call on your palm. The phone rings on your palm, and that is the new technology they are developing. So the confluence of human and digital is no longer at a distance. I think it has got integrated. And though that presents a lot of opportunities, I think it presents a lot of challenges. And for us as educators who run large campuses, we are not alien to the challenges our youth are facing today. If you talk about mental health, depression, aggression, we are dealing with all these challenges at our homes, in our families with the younger generation, and in our campuses. So this is one bucket of thought that I am sort of dealing, trying to see to what effect does innovation make us a happier, more sustainable, and more harmonious planet? That's my first question. And for me, being in a role of an education leader today, this is a big question. If somebody asks me what keeps you awake at night, this is one thing which keeps me awake at night. Because I think you said, Kumar sir, that yes, AI, everything will help them get a job, but then what? And I think as humanity, as we are evolving, younger and younger students have these kind of existential questions sooner and sooner in life. So I think as educators, how are we helping them grapple with that? Number one thought is for me this. Number two thought, Rupa, is if you think about our ancient, we belong to the ancient civilization, which is India. I mean, you think of Aryabhatta, Sushruta, many times we speak in organizational context, we need to create innovation framework, infrastructure. They did not have any innovation infrastructure. So what is the genesis of innovation? And that also, I think the question for us to ask is, where is this innovative thought coming from? Where is this innovation coming from? And that also, some of the answers are there to find within us. Consciousness, different koshas. Ultimately, when you reach the Vijnanmaya kosha in your fourth kosha, that is where Annamaya kosha, Pranamaya kosha, Manomaya kosha, then Vijnanmaya kosha. Many times we are stuck in the physical and the mental, but to go beyond that, Dr. Sharma is here. He has done hundreds of patents in his life. What is that moment when that innovative thought comes? If you try to, distill it or experiment with it. So how can we help our students reach that source so that it stays more substantive and sustainable than superficial? We all talk about learning to learn, not just learning. And I think this is another question that we have to ask ourselves as educators. Because at a physical level, we have to give a BA, BCom, BSc degree. That is the physical compulsion of the nature of work we do. But beyond that, how can we help students learn to learn? That's the second big bucket of thought for me. And the third big bucket of thought is the world is evolving at a pace where none of us is an island by itself. And in education, you were talking about being in the rat race. Ravin is here from QS. I always say that when he's around, I am reminded that we are many times pitted against each other. And I think the time has come for us as educators to think about more and more and more collaboration and less of competition. If we want to think of the world as one human space, then what are we doing with its resources? What are we doing with its scarce resources? If you and I do the same things and compete with each other for that, in a short term, okay, we get some laurels, you come up first once, I come up first once, but then we are not really serving the needs of the planet. And I think to create a consciousness in our students which is capable of this level of thinking, I think that is the responsibility of us as educators. Now, whether that translates therefore into better research, better writing, more patents, more startups, more innovations, all that I think is a byproduct of this bigger idea or this bigger cause. And I think for us as educators, personally, I will say that the challenge for me always is how to stay focused on this bigger purpose and not get caught in what will therefore be the byproduct of it. Because many times we get caught in the byproduct. You open LinkedIn and somebody has written, my H index is so much, and then you ultimately think, oh my God, mine is not that much. Which is a good pressure, but it's not the only one. And I think, like Sir said, in all our universities, including ours in Shri Shri University, we have the, guidance of Puja Gurudev, Shri Shri Ravi Shankarji, whose vision for the world is so huge that for us to even keep pace with that itself is a process of growth for us. So I think that are some initial thoughts that are coming to my mind. And as is I consider my dharma in every forum to say that as educators, the holistic well-being of our students. I sometimes feel if we miss a class here and there, no problem. That can be learned. Today we are in a chat GPT 4 age. They don't need us really for information or even sometimes facilitation. But to help them become holistically healthy, mentally strong, emotionally stable, um, and with strong characters, individuals that are capable of being an asset to the society, whether the country or the world, I think for me that becomes an important priority. So just a few initial thoughts. And
Thank you, Rajita ji. I think it's more about being civic-minded with the collaborative problem-solving approach that we are looking at for our students. And I would like to shift now to Dr. Madhu Chitkara, who is the Chancellor of 3 universities in the north, has about 25,000 students studying in the campus. So, Madhuji, what are your views?
Namaskar, sir. Hello, am I audible? Yes. Dr. Madhav said that whatever he was saying and whatever Kumarji was saying or Rajita was saying, I think that is the crux of the situation is that we don't have to compete with each other, but it has to be collaboration. And when we are all collaborated, 1,000 plus universities and higher education. So I think if you see the SDG, which is to be achieved 2030, the 17th goal says that you have to collaborate, and it is a collaboration between Indian universities or between international or Indian universities. But what is my thought about it is, take it in a very different perspective. All of us are sitting here, and when there is a holiday, Sunday is a very good question. I am living in a joint family, and we have 4 generations. During COVID, sir, we were having 4 generations together, 8 years to 88 years. My granddaughter is 8 years, my father is 88 years, so we all 4 generations were together. And whenever there is a holiday, we go to, there are always a power cuts nowadays in all the states. There is a scarcity of power. And what we do, and normal family also do is, where we go, sir? Where we go for outing? Go to mall. So this is a good example for education also. Why not to make your university as a mall? Now what that mall means. Mall is not that H&M is there, Zara is there, or Hamley is there. I'm not talking about that mall. The mall is, there is a one counter where only incubation is done. Startups are sitting. There is one shop where there is MOOC programs where the recordings are done. There is one shop where there is something happening which is an AI field. There is one shop where something is happening in chat GPT. There is one mall, and the mall, center of the mall or the courtyard of mall can be, which is happening in Bangalore International Airport, which is, Hemant, what is that? It is, it's happening here. It's, what is this international airport? Bangalore is started with it. So if those type of shops are there in our mall and in our university, so whatever is their potential, they will try to explore it. And that will be, and what we have started doing in our university, simple, some components we have started doing, that when the student enrolled in our university, we say that, what is your mindset? They say that we want to do something in research, because NEP also saying that if it is a degree, 3 years, and they are doing something in research, so 4th year also can be in a part of graduation, so they can get a degree with honors. So that degree will be of 4 years. So why not to start doing it? Because there was, when we all were discussing, we were saying that there are some industries sitting here, then the academia is there. Whatever they are doing, companies are coming. Sir, you said that they are coming, and VCs are there, venture capitalists giving them the funding. And I have one example that one of my startup got the funding from one of the companies. And at the end of the day, after 1 month, he came to me, he said, ma'am, only 6 lakhs, still 1 crore was given to him. he said that only 6 lakhs is, I have just used 6 lakhs. Can you help me out to give me 6 lakhs? I said, what is the matter? He said that I have given me my only 2 or 3% of the stake, and they are on my head. They thought that this company is their company. So I want to give back. What should I do? Can you give me as a loan? And that exploitation is also in the market. So we have to take care that how the whole ecosystem is to be taken care and how we have to help our students to do something very different. So how we can do in our universities, which is in my mind, listening to all of us, that we all universities are sitting here and we have a collaboration. Yesterday also, I'm very thankful to Rupa that you made us sign the MOUs that we can work together. So whatever is good in my university, whatever is good in IS, whatever is good in BEST, whatever is good in Shri, whatever is good in the other universities, we can work together as two malls. And why to waste money and why to invest on big labs? I have a lab of international standards, which is a plumbing lab. Maybe sir has a lab which is an AI. Maybe ma'am has a lab in agriculture or forestry. Or sir has lab with Ayurveda. Ma'am has labs with something else. So I think we can utilize our facilities together to make everybody understand that what is the best to be given to them. So I think if we can do that, and for that we request, I always say on all the platforms, that there is a need to industry to come up to our help. They have lots of fund because 5% of their CSR is to be given to, 5% of their benefit, you can say the turnover is to be given for some CSR activity. They don't have any confidence in private universities. But we assure them that if you give us the funding, we will give back to the students or the researchers or the people who are going for the patents. They want startup money. So whatever research we are doing, whatever H-indexed or whatever Scopus index research papers are there, they're only in paper. They are only in the books. But no industry is using it, and they are taking the help of the consultants from and paying the money to them. So we are giving you the consultants free of cost. Just give them the platform to work. Give your problems to all our universities. They will find out the solutions for you. And we experimented it with 2 of the local industry in Punjab. And we gave them the solutions, and they're so happy. And this is a group which is in healthcare. And they're using our product and giving back to those students. So I think if this type of ecosystem we can start, then we are #1 because we have you know that many countries are working which are in B2B. When they want to come to B2C, they always come to India or the China. Because we are the country where many consumers are there. So why not to work on those models where we can work, those businesses can be directly given the benefit by the people like us. So that was in my mind, I think.
Thank you so much. You know what, you've just triggered this whole thing about collaborative, shared resources to reach where we have to reach and to achieve our goals. In fact, there's a very interesting point I'd like to make here. Best Innovation University has recently launched ecotourism, where we would like to sensitize urban children about farming, about how food is grown and how it comes to your plate. So this is one area we have started where any individual can come on a weekend, they can check out the plantations, they can sow their seeds, plant a tree, get the fruits, have it after 3 to 4 months, you know, come back for the vegetables, cook something and eat as well. So this is something which we have started as a university to reach out to the urban children and sensitize them about food.
Rupa, continuing your point, we have started with the agri-tourism and we have signed a MOU. What that agri-tourism is that we have a yellow farm in our campus. We have developed 5 acres land as a yellow farm where we are cultivating the mushrooms and the different. So what we have started doing, we are making the huts there. So when the Goras are coming, because Punjab is known for the people coming from all across the world to see Golden Temple, to see Wagah border, to see many places of heritage in Punjab. So what we have started doing that, because we have a collaboration with 200 plus international universities, when those come to our campus, we take them there. And now we have just started, and I think this will be a very good thing, and we are taking our adopted villages with us. We are requesting them not to sell their lands, because they are selling their lands, and from that money they are taking one gold kada and one Thar vehicle, and the all land is gone. They are not, again, the wards are not coming back to agriculture. So it's a great problem in Punjab. So we are motivating the parents and the students to work in their farms, and they should start cultivating. So this agri-tourism will give them the money, the investment will be there, and they will start earning. So I think
That's great. Yes, that's wonderful. Now I'd like to go to Dr. Bala Shetty. He's been working in the medical university space for more than 30 years. And now he is building the medical city for the Malla Reddy University of Telangana. So what is your perspective when it comes to this specific sector of medical education?
Yes, Rupa, Dr. Madhavji told nicely about R&D and innovations in medical universities. I'll give you some practical points why we are lacking in R&D and medical innovations. As a student, I did a lot of research on typhoid fever. Okay, I did a lot of work on that. I almost saw about 150 patients. Almost like I also got a typhoid fever because, and I submitted that publication in a foreign university because our apex body says that we should publish in a foreign journal. There I met one of the professors and I told him, see, this is a very good article on typhoid fever where they used to do surgery. Surgery is not necessary. It's a good article. Then he went through the article and the same article he submitted with his name, with the doctor's name from Texas University. And immediately it was published. So what I'm telling is these publications and the dependency on foreign journals, it makes us a lot of limited about our publications and our innovations. I'll tell you, even the apex bodies today, if they come for accreditation, they'll say, they come to the library, how many articles are there? You know, why should we depend on these foreign articles and foreign journals? That's the one thing. That is what is called as intellectual Atmanirbharata. We need to focus on intellectual Atmanirbharata. I always say, Kunwar Shekharji, that Lakshmi was liberated in 1990. Saraswati is still not liberated from Indian education. Saraswati is still in the hands of external or Western media. I'll tell you, if somebody coughs in a nooks of an African country, immediately there is a BBC or Western media will tell it is Indian cough syrup. Even though you have taken so many other American medicines, they'll say it is a responsibility is Indian cough syrup, and they'll ban all the Indian cough syrups outside the country. So that is a dependency. I'll tell you, when Obama came to Bangalore, he went to Jayadeva Hospital, and echo TMT was done for about 100 rupees. That is equivalent to $1.5. He was surprised. What is a healthcare which is given in the country? When our universities were going higher up in education ranking, and when entire globe was looking at Indian university, dash comes that report that none of the Indian universities are within 100 ranking. Who created that media? That is a media created that our universities are not in 100 ranking. Actually, we should not focus on this ranking. And if you talk about statistics, I'll tell you another thing is about the beauty of these statistics, or beauty or nonsense of about these statistics. A surgeon was operating, and as usual, the patient was very apprehensive that about a surgery. And the nurse was giving don't worry, as usual in Indian statistics. You see, who is the boss? My student is doing everywhere. He's very well outside. He is the best student in NASA. He's the best scientist in NASA. He's the best doctor in US. He's the best engineer in US. The best of the students, if you do a competition on Math B, who is a winner? Indian student. If you conduct a competition on spelling bee, Indian student. Indian student is the best. We are the best. East or West, Indian student is the best. That is the point I would like to say. He is the best. But what we need to empower my student. Our faculty should empower my student. Our faculty should not look at their own personal interest. If I want to publish a paper, the faculty will say, where is mera naam kidhar hai? First, second, third, That is the most important. Today, what we made, the Vice Chancellor directly to get funds out of the university. We see Dr. Shetty, I need so much of funds, this is my thesis, I will fund him. So they should be able to, and so many things we also see if you are to publish, you take your mobile phone and tell them, my student, record whatever innovative idea here, you upload it to the YouTube, and immediately it will be YouTube. Otherwise, whatever we submit to the foreign journals, they'll copy it and they will publish it. So what I'm telling is, the future is empowering the student. Inclusiveness. We want the student to be posted in Tata, all those projects, industry. Why industry? Today I've got some problem in my university. If something is leaking, you ask your student to give a quotation. You ask a student what is the solution for something, civil engineer, student, you ask him what has to be done. If there's a computer problem, ask a student, give a quotation, tell me what has to be done. You include your student, inclusiveness and empowerment, that should be the future for getting an R&D and getting the best of our students. That's what I would like to say.
Thank you, Dr. Bala. Very, very pertinent points and very practical, because this is what we face every single day. There's a statutory body, then there is the man. Yes. B.S. Yadavji, you're from Bhopal and you've been doing remarkable work in the pharmacy space. 15,000 students in pharmacy?
Not at all. It's around like 600.
Okay, right. 600. So it was 6,000 overall students. Yeah. Please provide your inputs.
Thank you, Rupaji. Respected Dr. Ram Madhavji, it's a privilege me to be part of this discussion, which is our key speaker is Ram Madhavji. So most of brought the notice of important discussion, which is related with innovation in higher education. So my take is this innovation in higher education is very much related with innovation in school education. Because our entire education system, when we becomes independent, this related with learning, and this learning is supported and guided by the teacher. So I think this school education needs to be more revamped, more focused, and it should be a learner-centric education. And when we start from school education, and definitely it will impact innovation in higher education. So Dr. Sethi ji very importantly brought the notice of this international ranking, and I have seen few this ranking, which is very much related, which is beyond the control of this even private and government institution in the India, because they rank the institution which is 200 plus year old. They rank Indian education, most of the Indian institution which is 60 year or something like that old, and definitely there is a big gap. And that gap is also again becomes more bigger due to their ranking parameters. When you go for this Times ranking, they see how much international student is there, how many numbers of international faculties you have in your system. So definitely, because once this whole policy holistically rethink, then we can brand our country as a, because what Dr. Sethi is telling, East and West, Indian student is West. So because when they go in the market, they perform, they go from IIT, they go from any renowned private institution. Even our student is also working in 25 countries, even though we are hardly 20-year-old institution. So I think that we need to look. What Ram Madhavji told about this innovation, research, particular research and development, that is the biggest area. And in my opinion, this NEP, National Education Policy 2020, is an important document which clearly saying there is two types of institution. One is teaching institution, second is R&D institution. So I think it is the right time, because Government of India and many organizations and thousands of the workshop on NEP. Now it's time to again think and implement that. We have to draw the line between teaching institution and research institutions. So because this budget constraint and many things, I think when we focus on R&D, and in my knowledge, after this COVID, lot of this Indian research is happening. We come to, I think, on point 4 or number 3 in the world in terms of publication of research paper. What Sir is telling about this 10% uses, which is cited by internationally scientists of Indian papers, I think that number definitely can go up if it give more budget, more autonomy. And what Madhu ma'am was also telling about this equal treatment for private entity also, because 70% education is provided by private sector, and definitely if not exactly 70%, but good number of brain is also studying in this private institutions. So I think if government give more opportunity for private institution, I think we can do more good. Thank you so much for giving me opportunity.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now I'll come back to Ram Madhavji again. Adhyayan, Manam, Evan, Chintan. This was the composite strategy for cultivation of knowledge in ancient India. And it only means learning, let the autonomy of learning promote this composite culture of learning. Do you think the answers to the future lie in looking at it with the lenses of the past?
Oh, thank you, and thank you for all the comments that I heard. Not fully convinced I am, honestly, because firstly, never look at any topic from subjective prism. If you look at it from your own personal prism, you will always look at it from a bigger prism. It's not rat race. It's a big challenge today for India. I'm telling you, we are unable to land our rover on the moon. You may still say Indian student is best. We are unable to land it on the moon, whereas China will be the second country to land a person on the moon. Now, if Chinese are less intelligent than Indians, I don't know. But they are more into innovation. This session is not necessarily about the primary responsibility of universities, as I understood it. It's about innovation and creativity, where India stands today in its education system. Think mentioned your personal experience. I know a number of students who produce excellent papers and publish in international journals. They don't require any foreign author's name. Indian students do it, students, not professors. But I went to a hospital in Hyderabad, just for some dental, some procedure. Doctor is a good friend. He said, I will take you to the third floor. I have an Austrian chair in the third floor. Now tell me, what is the difference between an Austrian chair and an Indian chair? There is a difference that the doctor feels. So even from a personal experience, I say that India has to do much more hard work in innovation and research. If you dismiss it, so be it, but we will struggle. I'm telling you, next 10 years, the world is going to change. In fact, I'm happy that Sharmaji mentioned it. We are still very much status quoist. We are not ready to accept that we need to do much more. Institution, you will have limitations, I know. You mentioned it. Converse Sahab has his own limitations and others have your own limitations. But as an education ecosystem, can we think of it? How can we reach there, yeah? But if you are so happy that we are excellent students, how do we go there? We are not able to go. So my point is, even going to the ancients, learn the right things. Ma'am, I tell you, you said, where was that ecosystem in the past when Sushruta developed that surgery? Do you know? If you read, you will know, he used to do experimentations on animals. He used to do on elephants. And in India, the amount, at the end of the 250th question, when he answers that question, Yagyavalkya says only one thing. He doesn't say, now you got the answer. He says, Maitreyi, you reached the question of the questions. There cannot be any question that begets answer. Beyond that is experience. That is the level of research in India. Remember, one simple point, and in our household, if the wife asks the second question, we will admonish her. Chup raho, tumko pata nahi hai. Here the wife asks 250th question. So we had that culture. We had it in Buddhist viharas. You know, they do this like this in Buddhist viharas. This was the tradition of argument. That's why we have 6 darshanas, Sankhya, Vaiseshika. These are all deep debates. We had that culture. There you are right, Professor Saab. Yes, we need to bring back that culture. So where students don't need to only rut, Student need to probably develop himself. But where is that ecosystem, I am asking? Where are such professors in India? You know, today at the most we are talking about curricular approach, isn't it? Sorry, not multi-curricular approach. It's not multi-curricular, it has to be trans-curricular. How many students of a university are allowed to, suppose he is a criminology student, is he allowed to go and sit in the courtroom, and is he getting marks for sitting in a courtroom? Will you allow that? You will only give grades for what he does at the most in your laboratory. But a criminology student should go in the court also, sit in the court also. This is called trans-curricular approach. We need to go there. Today universities are going there. Harvard has experimented with it. They do it. Students go. Students go on NGO trips to Afghanistan to study some aspect of sociology. So that is where I'm saying we need to invest more. Individual universities I fully appreciate because I'm associated with universities. I know how difficult it is to run a university here today. So many challenges, so many problems. But some of you have to rise. That's why I said we need to think about institutions of excellence. We created those institutions of excellence in the past. You know, if you read Valmiki's Ramayana, when Ram brings Sita back to Ayodhya from Lanka, you know, they come by a Pushpaka Vimana. One may dismiss that Pushpaka Vimana was a myth. Maybe. We don't know. We don't have any conclusive proof that Pushpaka Vimana existed. But there is one proof. Do you know? You read Valmiki Ramayana. There are 30 shlokas in which Ram describes the topography of the land, the geography of the territory. From the top. Now, how is he doing it? If not Ram flew by a Pushpaka Vimana, Valmiki must have flown. Otherwise, how would he know from the top? How would he get that bird's eye view? That existed knowledge. We do not know about its, we have not verified. We have not got into the depths of it. I tell you, in Hyderabad, there is a wonderful scientist, metallurgist. He developed two alloy which was absorbing 80% light. If there is any physicist here, he can tell there is no alloy in the world today which can absorb 80% light. This alloy was absorbing 80% light. And that alloy used to be applied on the surface of the Vimanas so that Vimana at a particular height will disappear because it is absorbing light. You can't see it with your eye. So हमने सुना है ना कि Vimanas अदृश्य हो गए, अदृश्य हो जाते थे. There was that deep research into it. No, but for that alloy to be reproduced requires some 35,000 Fahrenheit temperature. Where is it? Which laboratory has it? So these are the questions on which more work has to happen. That is where I'm saying funding is not there. That is where I'm saying encouragement is not there. I said I'm from the government. Even in government, we are spending 15 billion on R&D. With a country of this size, $15 billion R&D कहाँ ले जाएगा हमको? Private investments into creation of institutions of excellence while you do your routine activity. You have to do it. It's your obligation. Although, with due respect, humbly, last point I will say, with all due respect, I have no disrespect. I have great respect for educators. But you know the unemployment rate in India? It is national average is generally 6%, but unemployment among the postgraduates is 18%. So I would say that we are all producing people who are unemployable. That is also a scenario. Please think. So we need to impart skills. We need to give them more than what is there in the curriculum. That's the challenge. But we have to disagree on many issues because I look at it differently because I'm not an educator. I can say anything as a think tanker. So, but as educators, your view is also equally important. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I think we've come to the conclusion. We've had a lot of takeaways. My takeaways from today's discussion, and I think most academicians would agree to me here, we have a huge responsibility on hand as educators on developing newer mindsets for our faculties and for our students. Enable education to solve global issues, global challenges, global problems, create lifelong learners, and not constrict ourselves to the 3, 4, or 5 years of study. We need to evolve how we teach and learn by making learning more reflective and accessible, finding more meaningful ways to evaluate the students and assess them with learning tools and learner progress. These are my takeaways. I would like last few minutes of sentences from Kumar Shekharji, and we wind up here. Yeah, okay, one minute everybody.
Okay, thank you. However, he has summed up everything very nicely, and I can understand the concerns what he is showing, but many of the concerns are the concerns which need to be reviewed. Because when we say that employability, unemployable youth is being created, we have to go into the depth of that. Dr. Yadav was talking about school education. We have to see where to get them employed. Government also has to play a role. If we are talking about R&D, that research is not happening, I was not mentioning it, we have been ranked as 7th top institution of this country for highest number of patent in last year. All IITs together are on 3rd with 500 plus patent, and Shobit universities with 278 patent on 7th. It means, and we do not get any funding. And every institution is doing something really good. You know what is happening? There are two things which need to be taken care. One is trust deficit has to be removed. Hand holding is equally required as it is it has been done for so-called institution of excellence called IITs, IIMs. They have become isolated islands of excellence which have no concern with the mainland. What India needs, they do not know. What India needs, they do not do. What they do for themselves. So this is one thing what we all have to take care. Secondly, yes, there are some very genuine concerns. We all have to work in that direction. And one thing very good Dr. Madhuchit Kara mentioned, I have requested Dr. Madhav also for the same. Knowledge grid, this country needs it. Like if I have something good, you have something good, you have something good, we have to come together. What is happening as per the system, what we all are doing, that you have to be repetitive, everybody has to develop the same thing. So mediocre labs are there, everybody is having their own lab. We have to come to a knowledge grid. You establish this, you establish this, 1100 universities, 1100 center of excellence can be developed if such policies are there and change can be there. And definitely thank you very much, sir, for waking up.
Yeah, for waking us up.
Done? Okay. Sir was, yeah. No, this has been a very thought-provoking conversation. And Dr. Madhav, the questions you raised and the challenges you were articulating, we are living that, as you yourself have also recognized. It is the truth today. So I think one thing actually I feel encouraged by somehow during COVID time, all of us had multiple opportunities to come together because it was virtually. And I think it brought all of us, as at least education leaders in India, very close together. I cannot say that for before COVID, but definitely during COVID, it brought us much closer together. We have a much deeper, I think, relationship with each other. And I take that as a positive step ahead to how we can success transfer, how we can collaborate. And I think we have to take the multi-stakeholder approach. The central government has a role to play, the assessor, the accreditors have a role to play, ranking agencies have a role to play, state governments have a role to play, each of us as institutions have a role to play. And I think if, like some of us are on many industry bodies, for education. When we look at it as a whole of ocean of challenges, it can become overwhelming at times. I think what we have all committed is to take cupfuls and solve one thing, couple of things at a time, move ahead and, sort of look at that in a sense of progress. So for me personally, that's a positive. We have to look at it top down, we have to look at it bottom up, inside out, outside in, all modes. And that point stays true, like Dr. Reddy said, that those who are innovating in NASA or in Kennedy Space Center, many of them are our neighbors, students, etc. So there is something working for them in another ecosystem which enables them to do what they are doing. How can we make sure that we are not far behind? So points very well taken, and wonderful to be here and with all very, very illustrious education luminaries. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes,
Thank you.
Dr. Bala.
Thank you, Rupa. Thank you, Madhavji. When I say that Indian student is the best, because when our students are doing abroad, we automatically keep thinking whether the seed is bad or the soil is bad. Of course, when they do very well outside, we generally think that soil is bad. So we need to introspect ourselves why the soil is bad. We can say that best of the students may be going there. That is one possibility. That's why the best of the students may be doing there. But what I feel is encouraging our students. They say, do you think the British definitely wanted our students to be glorified clerks? They never wanted our students to be innovators or entrepreneurs. That was because they wanted either soldiers or people to write some documents. They never wanted Indians to be entrepreneurs or entrepreneurs. That was the British education. That is what we are in even today. Somebody asked, do you think British looted India? Then one person rightly said, we don't think they looted India. They looted the intellectual property, the confidence of Indian students. They have looted the confidence of us. So we don't have a confidence to hold our head high in front of the Western students or anybody. That's what I'm telling. It is not that I'm just boasting that Indian student is best. I will say, if you motivate, if you give them the responsibility, if you make them inclusive, I think the Indian students will perform much better than what they're doing today. That's what I would like to conclude.
Thank you, Dr. Bala. Very true. Yes, Dr. Madhu.
Hello. I think the only one word I will be summing up. We saw one movie by Vidya Balan that was entertainment, entertainment, entertainment. So in our case, all of us sitting in this hall, we all has only one point to be followed: collaborate, collaborate, collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So, sir, my last this take is what Dr. Ram Madhavji is telling. It's a global, really global perspective which we have to jointly see it, and definitely we will work hard and from try our end. One just quick example from my side, sir. Government of India is taking an initiative on internship for technical and professional colleges across country. So what I have observed last 6-7 years, Madhu madam will be totally agree with this. Several lakhs of this internship happened and successfully students learn new technology, emerging technology, and lot of this industrial acceptance of the student is happening. Lot of this hiring is happening due to this learning of this internship. Earlier internship used to be apprenticeship through apprenticeship board only. Last 7 years, lot of this attention and implementation of this happening. I think what the point you have brought to notice of everybody is focus on R&D. I think that they will also come when we will more focus on R&D, and definitely we are trying our hard to do more better in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Yadavji. So we come to the conclusion of the session. Dr. Ram Madhavji has shown us a mirror. Of course, we all knew a lot of these aspects and we are working on these challenges by the day. But it is always great to introspect, look yourself into the mirror and try and find probable solutions. Collaborations, yes, is the way of the future. And I would like to thank here all the panelists which are showing collaboration. Literally, this is a show of collaboration that we've had. Them coming all together, leaving their respective, this is an admission time for universities. And any academician who is here has really sacrificed that part of it and then come to be a part of this conversation. Thank you so much. This solidarity is very, very genuinely appreciated. And I thank all my panelists and Dr. Ram Madhavji for this wonderful, invigorating session. Thank you.
Dr. Ram Madhavji, sir, on behalf of the audience, thank you so much for your valuable insights and enlightening us all on innovation in higher education. May I also thank all the other dignitaries on stage for your valuable time and points. A special thanks to our special moderator of the session, Dr. Rupa ma'am. May I request our beloved chairman, Shri Bharatlal Meenaji, to join us on stage, felicitating our eminent guest, Dr. Ram Madhavji. Sir, please accept our small token of gratitude for honoring us with your presence and providing your most valuable inputs, thought-provoking statements, your illuminating points, which added a lot of value to the session. May I request our beloved chairman, Shri Bharatlal Meenaji, and our chancellor, Dr. Rupa ma'am, to felicitate Dr. Balakrishna Shetty by presenting a memento of token of love as a token of love and appreciation. Now may I request ma'am and sir to felicitate Professor Rajita Kulkarni by presenting a memento as a token of love and appreciation. May I now request ma'am and sir to felicitate Shri Kumar Shekhar Vijendra sir by presenting a memento as a token of love and appreciation. Well, may I now request ma'am and sir to felicitate Dr. Madhu Chitkara by presenting a memento of as a token of love and appreciation. May I also request Dr. B.S. Yadav to be felicitated by presenting a small token of love and appreciation. Thank you very much. Well, now may I request the hotel staff to kindly change the setup on stage for the next session. for which it is a pleasure to invite Mr. Pradeep Pandey, our moderator, Director Grant Thornton, Bharat LLP. Thank you, sir. It is indeed an honor to welcome Dr. A. Raja Reddy, Dean of Agriculture, School of Agriculture Sciences, Mallareddy University, Hyderabad. It's a pleasure to welcome on stage Mr. Vittal Madhyalkar, Director, Innovation Center for Education, IBM India Private Limited. I'm indeed delighted to welcome Dr. Y.J. Park, Director, Indo-Korean Center for Research and Innovation, New Delhi. Well, it's a pleasure to invite Mr. Aditya Rasdan, Enterprise Account Director, Coursera. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to invite Dr. Yadugiri Kiran Kumar, Honorary Consulate of the Republic of Bulgaria. Now it's a pleasure to invite Mr. Ravin Nair, Chief Operating Officer, QS iGauge. Well, it would be a pleasure to invite Dr. Majji Sashibhushan Rao, Director, Satya Group of Education Institutes, Andhra Pradesh. I would like to hand over the session to the moderator.
So very good afternoon, everyone. And the session, the topic for this discussion is leading what we call higher education innovation in the digital era. So continuing our discussion from the last panel which was going on, how the collaboration is required in the universities, in the higher education side. What since we already have not much time, we'll just look at the questions with the panelists. And the first question is, why we need innovation? We talk about innovation lot. What is innovation? Why we need innovation in higher education? So COVID was one of the major is the disruptor which pushed us to the innovation side or adoption of the few of the technologies in the higher education for us. We can't call that as an innovation, in fact. So I would just like to open up why we need innovation in higher education. So we'll start with Dr. Mr. Vittal, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think, thank you so much, Pandeyji. So, all about the innovation in the higher education we're talking about in this digital era. I mean, digital era has been there. We have been seeing it progressing and making such a change, not only in higher education, but in every aspect of life, every aspect of business we see. But talking about higher education, especially with the COVID time, and we saw this tremendous amount of, with the new challenges coming in, we could see the surge in terms of the adoption of digital technologies as well as innovation. It was very much the need of the hour at that moment of time. But with the post-COVID now, I would put it in two aspects when I look at this, okay? Especially from the India point of view, I think we have seen the last 1.5 years, there's a major change or disruption in terms of changes in especially in the higher education, with the government announcing about the new education policy. I think earlier in the earlier panel, there was a discussion on the way the whole after so many number of years. So there's so much amount of change. The second is on the new credit framework also, which has been there. So there is already so much amount of changes. So it, in a fact, it opens up a lot of opportunities as well as challenges, in my view. And with digital coming in, adoption, which is especially been adapted. So I feel the need is much more than what it has been there earlier. So I want to put it into two aspects. One, the adoption of digital itself within the higher education system itself. So we talk about, when I talk about the adoption of digital, today we have so many, we have more than 1,000, 1,200 universities, and there are so many institutes. So one of the aspects is every institute is at a different level, and understanding in terms of digital capability, everybody is not at the same level in all these areas. So in terms of assessing there and adoption of digital itself, within itself, is a big thing, and it will create innovation, because when you adopt, whether it's from let's say, right from student counseling point of view, today we have technologies where we have chatbots and machines and AI can able to do counseling, especially which is going to go in. So I'm just giving as an example. It could be into the curriculum, pedagogy you adopt. It could be into many more things what within the university or higher education it goes in. The second part which I just want to bring in is the role, the innovation what you need to have today, which is in collaboration with the industry itself, which is where basically I come from the industry, and we have seen how these things can able to work together. So things like, for example, which I just want to mention, which I have been sharing earlier with some of you, the way the curriculum itself is there. We have seen over the years the way the curriculum integration, even the policies or even the regulations, whatever it has been there, there is so much amount of changes it's happened. For example, I would like, in the earlier, I want to refer to the earlier discussion. I think earlier Dr. Ram Madhavji had also mentioned about some of the challenges and opportunities for us. I would put in the universities or educations with the three outcomes, or three as an output components. One is the skills. I think there was a discussion on the employability and other things. So in terms of the outcome, we would like to have from the skills point of view. Number two, it could be on innovation, on entrepreneurship. I think there is also creativity of jobs and roles. And the third one, which is on I think there's a lot of discussion even on research aspect also. So I would look at three as a three outcome from these education. Now, these are the need, as an output or outcome, what I would see. Now, your question was that why do we need to innovate? Obviously, to go in and fulfill these three things, as I could see as a major requirement or need from that. And for that, one has to look at it from a curriculum point of view. For example, I will just give one of the things which IBM has been working, and I've been thinking as a part of this is, most of our curriculums have been designed on particular the courses, how it has been in each of the semesters. I would say that there has to be a radical rethinking in terms of the way how our curriculum is being structured. For example, I would put it, there has to be courses right from the beginning on design thinking or problem solving or those kind of stuff. Absolutely are very much interested, because it's just not about studying about or understanding technology or courses, what you do it, but also your approach or thinking towards those. And then you also need, I would also put in a second recommendation is, you need to have the curriculum built around what I would call, I think there's been discussion on project-based learning. So typically our curriculum has been designed that you study those subjects and somewhere around in 7th or 8th semester or later semester, you go and do a project. So rather one needs to think to how do I able to flip this whole model about. So you start from your 2nd semester or 3rd semester project, learn things around this project. So these are radical thoughts which I just want to put.
Thank you, Mr. Vittal. Thank you, Mr. Vittal. The reason why I started with the industry people, because this is where is the need. We should know why we are going to do those things, right? We have been discussing innovation, as you mentioned rightly, that skills, employment, innovation, if it is showed on the day one with the university students, definitely we might be on the right path, what we want to achieve. So now my next question is to Dr. Reddy, right? With an experience of 40 years in the education industry, he has seen that change which has been in the education industry from a traditional education to the digital education. How and what are the difficulties? I can definitely speak to that. If there is any difficulty you see in adopting that one, and do you see that there is a necessity? It is like now or never, right? So if you don't adopt the technology, don't adopt the digital transformation today, do you see where we would be in the next few years?
Can we have a repeat presentation or can
It's your you can do.
Yeah. Very good afternoon to all of you. Hey, panel members here. See, since yesterday and today we are talking about the innovation, collaboration, and etc., etc. If we see our education, all the time from the Britishers, since we got our independence, we have given a syllabi. We ask students to memorize and pass in the examination. Our education system is a degree producing factories all the time. Only a degree producing factories. And we say they are not employable. From where that employability comes, when we change our course curriculum as per the present needs, as our friend was telling, the industry. See, morning Madhu Chitkara was telling, industries are not relying on our education system. They don't believe that we can do research to the expectations of the industry. So how to coordinate with the industry in the present context of our education system? That lies. So we have to bring the confidence of the industries that when we prepare a syllabi as proposed by the industry, our course curriculum should be designed. But we have a apex body, UGC will design and give, and you have to follow this. Where that innovation comes from this type of course curriculum. It is up to us to retrospectively think, and now thanks to the new NEP 2020, yes, some leverages had been made to multidisciplinary courses. A student can pursue any course in a particular 4 years of degree. A basic science student can do engineering, or engineering student can do medicine. Now IIT Madras has started this academic year onwards. An engineering student can do medicine also at the point of some time to do some credits, and I can come back to the engineering course and he can pursue his degree and then complete that. So dual degree, or he will get expertise. See, technology is merged with the other course curriculums. So I'll give my own example. In 79, only BPC students can do BSc Agriculture. The university vice chancellor was Raghotam Reddy in APAU. Now it is Professor Jayashankar State Agriculture University. At that time, it was AP Agricultural Universities, 79 I am telling. So what was this thing is, any student can do any course. That was this thing. So he has allocated 3% of the seats to BSc Mathematics courses. So I was the first student to be admitted in the BSc Agriculture course, having studied BSc Mathematics into that. See how many, I've completed my 4-year degree and I've chosen entomology, which is a hard subject in that particular mathematics student to do entomology course. Then, of course, the story began then. So in 79, the Vice Chancellor thought of this type of, now NEP is projecting. So imagine how many years it took to transform our education into a present reality. So that is the thing. So now NEP is facilitating us to develop the student-ready programs. So we have to again say a student-centric course curriculum should be designed, not institution-centric course curriculum should be there. No, we need not design our course curriculum, but we have to design a course curriculum as desired by the student. Are we in that position? A student comes to us, I want to do this course, which we don't have in our course curriculum. Then what university should do at this juncture, at this point of time? So we have to cater we have to rise to that level where we have to design immediately a course curriculum as asked by a particular student, allow him to do, take help, ideas. There is our competency lies in our universities and other. So we have to develop a student-ready program. Experiential learning, training, education should be given to the present generation. Otherwise, Internet of Things, AML and all these things are there. But we have to integrate this technology into our education system, thereby they have to. So we have to cater, or we have to prepare our classrooms into virtual systems. Yes, now you can be, you need not attend classes in the classroom. You can be at a remote place and continue education. So we should have more staff, more facilities, more flexibility. Then only we can just take this technology to a greater these things, and so that we can completely utilize this technology, the digital era. That's what I feel. If that is my personal opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and a privilege to invite Dr. Yadugiri Kiran Kumar, Honorary Consulate of the Republic of Bulgaria, for the session. So, please.
Sorry, welcome, Dr. Kumar, on the desk. Please sit. So my next question is to Dr. Park, right? So you coming from an organization which is already in a cooperation or who's working as an Indo-Korean cooperation, right? So what you feel, what the policy frameworks the government of Korea has designed for the higher education, and where do you feel that which can fit in the Indian higher education system, and how it can help in, and we can say we can improve, or you can say the students can be empowered because of those policies?
Yes. First of all, thank you for inviting me to this i2C2 conference, where I can meet a lot of these academic stakeholders. Because the institution I came from, India Korea Center for Research and Innovation, we really try to facilitate collaboration between India and Korea, and I think this kind of the innovation dialogue can fit our agenda very well. And so since I came from a non-Indian kind of country, I can contribute a little bit of this international dimension to this dialogue. And so before I start with the Korean policy framework and some kind of the concept of the future talent, and let me ask you some questions which can be related to this whole conference. Probably a lot of you are coming from the universities. You may know this answer to this question already, but I'm asking whether you know what university has been the most innovative university in the world last year and this year. Well, actually, the probably previous year, 2021 and 2022. According to, I think that's world's universities with real impact, kind of the statistics. I know a lot of you may not like this, the ranking, but it might be kind of fun, kind of the process. What kind of university was ranked #1 innovative university in the world? Can you guess?
Arizona State University.
Huh?
Is it Arizona State University?
Oh no, it's Minerva University. Minerva. How many of you heard of the Minerva University? Mm-mm. No? Minerva University was set up back in 2012. So it's been only 11 years of history, and they go around. They are based in San Francisco in US, and so students who are selected for the program, they study in San Francisco, and then they go to Seoul and Hyderabad. So yeah, there is a Hyderabad in India where they study for a while, and Berlin and Buenos Aires, Taipei, they go around 7 cities. And so already there is very innovative attempt and to kind of develop the future campus around the world, where some of our cities already the part of that, the curriculum. And also, I don't know how many of you heard of École 42? Yeah, some of us, some of you nodded. Yes, so École 42 is the initiative coming from France, and that's the kind of the dedicated the computing schools. There is no professor, there is no fee, and again, that school started back in 2013. So it's a very young university, and they kind of like try to train or educate this the computer scientists who can adjust this the modern life challenge. And I know they have the École 42 in 26 countries already. So that concept has been well accepted by many the academic stakeholders around the world. And so indeed, there have been a lot of those efforts and initiatives how we can build this innovative academic mechanism or platform. But still, we have to go a lot further. And so what Korea has been doing from this administration started from last year, and they really think the digital talents can be the key. When we talk about digital talents, it is all about these days AI, robots. And so we are now living in a very kind of challenging period where robots are going to take over our jobs. Actually, that kind of a prediction also have been echoed by the many think tank reports, including Goldman Sachs. And so we really have to prepare how humans can work with AI. We cannot compete with AI. We have to work with AI. And I think so that kind of like the challenge, the environment where we are living in. And so we have to educate and train our future generations how they can work with AIs. And so that's the kind of the, the goals of the Korean government. And so they identify we need at least 1 million people, the digital talents who can be ready to work in this job setting. And you know the Korean population is the 50 million. That means they are expecting only kind of like, not only, almost 2% of the workforces of the Korean population to be ready to handle this kind of challenges. So when they talk about this, the new education, they are setting up the AI graduate school. Not only AI graduate school, they also combine with other strategic fields like AI semiconductor graduate school and metaverse graduate school, and then universities, and then the big data. So we need a lot of the data scientists who can analyze this kind of the data generated by AI. And so that's the kind of the 5-year plan which we are going to see the outcome by 26. So 2026, we would like to see 1 million digital talents who can contribute to this the AI.
And partnership between higher education and the industry or that tech can drive innovation.
Thanks for that question. I think it will have a pretty long answer.
Yes.
But I'll try to keep it short for one reason. Because I see all these faces here and I feel they're waiting for their lunch.
Yes, I think the lunch is.
And it's
is
always
there
a
on the
challenge to
table.
have the session right before the lunch.
Right.
So to start with, let me first of all thank Dr. Rupa and Bharatlal Minaji for inviting me here. I'll answer this in two parts. One is the first question that you had asked, right? Yeah. Why innovation of technology is required? And to answer that, I'll quote probably your colleague only, so Ankit Jamb. Remember, what he said was, gone are the days, when we used to talk about accounts, marketing, education, any field, right? Now everything has gone under the umbrella of technology. Now it's fintech, martech, edtech, and so on and so forth, right? And technology is changing every day, right? With every single second moving, the moment needle of the clock moves here or there, technology is changing. So since the innovation is happening in technology, hence the same needs to be brought back into education system so that you can have people ready for tomorrow. So what I call as jobs of the future, right? So you need to have people ready for that. So that's why it is important. Now, just to build a little bit further, and I think I'll answer your question also parallelly, and then I'll move to the challenges, is to what Dr. Park was saying earlier. We all were talking about metaverse, right? Suddenly, generative AI comes. One is going back to the students and say, hey, you may do anything that you want to do, deep dive into maybe their partners to Coursera, the students use Coursera for learning. So you say 10,000 courses are there, dive into it, seek jao, ho jayega. But what they did is, and many other such institutions in India are doing today is, they are going back to platforms like us and saying, hey, we want to give the best of the content to our students. And then they're integrating it into.
Thank you. So I just agree with you on this because what you mentioned about the universities which sir is representing and giving the award, so all size doesn't fit one, right? So we have to be innovative in that sense, and we have to be that much of visionary what our students require and what we want to give to them. That is the intent where it should come up. So we'll just not take much time. We'll come to you, sir. Since you have been part of one of the agencies, and you must have gone through a lot of, must be interacted with a lot of universities. Where do you feel, and what you can conclude? What was the let's say before 5 years, whatever the ratings or you have interacted with the universities, their thought, how they have transformed themselves in the last 5 years on the basis of your parameters which you do?
Very good question and very relevant question for us. I think we do a lot of, first of all, thanks to Dr. Rupa and Mr. Meena for this opportunity to represent QS iGauge. So I represent iGauge, which is a rating system for Indian higher education institutions. So we are different from rankings, though it is the same product of QS. Rankings are not really meant for all the institutions, not the cup of tea for all the institutions, because it is purely based on research, your innovation, your internationalization. But we wanted to help Indian institutions understand where they stand and then try and handhold them to kind of eventually, to that level. So ours is a very holistic, assessment of Indian institutions where there's a lot of data collection that happens. So we have seen there is a lot of data with institutions currently. The moment we ask for data, there is a certain amount of fear, you know. So to change that mindset took at least 5 to 6 years for us to ensure that, yes, this is indeed an introspection, this is not an audit as such, you're not going to be exposed. So that's the first phase of our journey in India as iGauge. So today, I think we've been able to, make an impact, change the outlook, the way institutions think, that it is indeed required for institutions to embrace quality assessment and take it as a challenge. So I think there is data with us. Also, thanks to NAC and NARF, they have consolidated a lot of data now. It was all scattered everywhere. But the challenge is, how do you optimize data? That is where institutions are still not using technology to the maximum, you know. I think optimizing data is when you really, move forward and take your decisions based on the data. So data is there, data is good, but I think the approach towards innovation, talking about innovation and technology adaptation in the current 21st century, I think even now, what the point that I want to make, which you all should carry back to your institution and discuss with your leadership, is that even it has to start from the top, you know. Even now, when we communicate as an agency, we communicate. The idea is, when we do an evaluation, we want the leadership to know that where do you stand and how do you cascade it down to your, set it as a KPI and make your team accountable for the outcome, and then set KPIs for your department. So leadership's involvement is something that we still see that is not there. And you send an email to the leadership, you don't get a response because they themselves are not tech savvy at the moment, so which is very, very critical. I'm being very upfront here. So I think that is very crucial for us. I mean, for me to kind of wait for a response from the most reputed higher education institution in India, you'll keep waiting, you'll never get a response. So unless you have that mindset, how are you going to ensure that technology is implemented, you take full advantage of technology, right? So there is a significant challenge in changing the mindset. We have audited roughly about 200 institutions and we see progress forward, but then I think technology champions like AWS and Intel, we've also developed a framework called the Digital Maturity Framework to assess what is the digital maturity level of Indian institutions, that basically talks about governance and human commitment, which is the most important factor when it comes to digitization. Without governance structure and human commitment to kind of have that vision, it becomes very difficult. There are so many technologies available in the market. So we mentioned about the rat race. There is a rat race in adopting technology also, right? They don't know what is actually really meant for them. So it is important that you align your vision, your technology adaptation with this, vision of the organization. Not necessarily that all the institutions want the same technology. So it is important that you align your objectives and then accordingly, adopt technology. So these are my initial thoughts, and of course, we spoke about the best innovation university. I mean, a couple of years back, the Arizona State University was, had outperformed MITs and Stanfords in adopting technology. And using technology, they have from 50,000 students to 140,000 students in a span of 8 years, which is phenomenal achievement in the state of Arizona, in Phoenix. So that's a phenomenal achievement that we, in the DMF framework, we've taken a lot of input from them to kind of develop that framework. And the framework also, and there's a perception that, innovation in technology is only about LMS. It is not about LMS. It's about your data infrastructure. It is about your technological infrastructure. There's a lot more than LMS when it comes about, when we talk about, technology integration. Yeah, I mean, if I have time.
Thank you, Ravin. I think you rightly summed. I think I can sum in one word, that introspection is required for us, for innovation or for collaboration as well.
Yeah.
So my next question is to Dr. Rao. Since you are part of university system, so how do you see and how the university, in fact, if I talk about your institution itself, how you're adopting the innovation, how you're cultivating the culture of innovation in your students, if there is anything you are looking at, what the benefits you see in the next 5 years, for what steps you're taking today, sir?
So can I use my... use my PPT. The chairman of our group is Sri Buddha. honorable guest invited yesterday, but he was otherwise was busy with the party activities and all. He conveyed his best wishes to this conference. This one is what I have taken from this. This present. No, this one is about leading higher education in the digital era. Okay, this is what I have taken from this brochure. Yesterday I'm here from since yesterday morning. Okay, exchanging the MOUs and then with Rupa Madam and all. I thank Rupa Madam and the team for arranging this. Let's I2, what we call i2C2 so well. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Now, friends, how I that means how I see I2C2. Okay. I also see to it. From our angle, how it is. Let's see. The keywords, it's a higher education, and then it is about leadership and about the digital era. So one famous quote by John Dewey, what he says, education is not preparation for life, education is life itself. Okay, so why we are all here is to lead a life, okay, which is much more happier for all of us. But friends, to have this at present, very little story. This is what Sonam Wanchuk. Okay, this he got a challenge. Okay, he has Ladakh surrounded by hills and all, so he don't have the internet access. So he felt the need, as you know, what is happening. I'm observing from since morning yesterday. The thing is COVID made all the difference. Okay. And then the chat GPT made all the difference. This is one, this COVID, during COVID time, is not able to get the internet and all because everything is surrounded by the hills. So when it is surrounded, he's taken it as an opportunity, not as a problem, okay? So towers cannot be installed. So this is what happened just, this story broke out just 2 months before only. So what he thought of, why can't we use the hill as the tower? Hill at the tower. So he got with that concept, and then he walked out, came the concept of Wi-Fi and all, and then they got the 5G with a maximum speed of 10 Gbps. Okay, friends, what I mean to say is we need to take the problem as a challenge. If you take it as a challenge, yes, we can do things. Now, what are the challenges we are having? Because since morning, if you all were there, all challenges were discussed. In the previous panel also, it was discussed. Okay, so one thing is with the physical infrastructure and then the faculty. At the ground level, I'm not talking about the outer space and all. Professor Ram Madhav spoke about the outer space and all, how the China and all, Japan and are conquering all. But I want to talk about the ground level. What is happening at the ground level? Okay. And then to bridge this digital gap, the government of Andhra Pradesh, it has given all this for the school children, because for the digital, we need to build up from the school level and then come to the college level. So they are giving the digital tabs, and then they are giving this physical infrastructure is being built up, and then the faculties are getting trained up. They are picking up faculties from the higher education institutions like us, and then they're getting trained. And then in turn, the faculty will go and then teach all those things, okay, to the faculty and the teachers of the school. So we need to take care of the physical infrastructure and the faculty infrastructure. And then some initiatives of the central, state government, private corporations, yeah, good. And our IBM friend is also here, They are doing good things, okay, by establishing the centers of excellence, and then AICT, the APSI, Andhra Pradesh State Council of Higher Education. They're taking all the initiatives to put up those physical infrastructure, and then they train the faculty and all. And then this I prepared yesterday itself, but in the Ram Madhav, and then also that madam also, Vice Chancellor madam, saying that we need to collaborate and all. Okay, so one professor was asked how to improve your communication. He said that 3 things you need to do. One thing is you You practice, you practice, you practice, okay? Now, in the previous session also, what do you need to do, to spread this? You know what is that? You collaborate, collaborate, collaborate. That's what my words are. You need to share and caring. Okay, let's have the sharing and caring so that, and then these, the S20 and then the conclaves, the i2C2 you will make. And then the word I want to stress is that leadership, okay? We are all leaders. Let's build up this leadership. As our friend said, we are talking on this stage. Once we are out of this stage, we are forgetting that. Whatever you spoke here, we are forgetting that. Without forgetting that, let's all collaborate and then go forward so that we can lead the higher education institutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So I have just last question for Dr. Kumar. So we have been talking innovation, collaboration, everything, right? So what I feel, innovation in language, right? So if we want we heard about financial inclusion a lot, that even today, Panwala, you can pay 5 rupees stream through UPen. That is a financial inclusion. We have done it, right? So how do you think that we can do something where educational inclusion can be done when any student who is in the remotest area of the India can learn the skills, can say that he has learned certain level of skills which can make him employable, or he can do certain job set or innovation at his own place. Do you think the language is one of the barrier which is one of the barrier in innovation across globe, or in India primarily, or since you are representing the consulate of Bulgaria, so language is one of that is the barrier for us?
First of all, I thank Dr. Rupa and the team for inviting me over here. Of course, the language, definitely it matters. Especially, when you go to some parts of the Europe and the African countries, so it's very difficult. I mean, you need to use only the sign languages, other than that, nothing. So, basically, what my personal, I'm not an academician like the other panel members. I just wanted to, explain my perspective. See, we should make there should be a forum. We should make the students ready for the future. I mean, right from the schooling, CBSE and ICSE, this curriculum, prepared by the different the forums, right? I mean, they should also think, how we need to prepare the students and the industry. I mean, the students are ready for the industry. See, end of the day, either it is a job or if they wanted to become an entrepreneur, they need to understand the global language. They need to prepare themselves, and even our curriculum, it should be, for example, if you till the post-graduation level, graduation level, they're in that particular country, and once they get into the international platforms, they suddenly there is some cultural shock or some change. So the compatibility is very, very important. I mean, either it is an institutions or students or the faculty or the policy makers, they should think about it and develop such a system where they can go anywhere and they can work and they can learn and they can exhibit. This is very important, what I feel.
Right. So I will just open for a last comment. What I see, it was said that what I feel that if innovate and if we have an intent and innovation, right? So we can be on a path which will make us an Atmanirbhar Bharat, which will make us a road to a vibrant Bharat, right? So how quick, just a quick, you can say fire chat, if you can in few words, if you can just mention, is it today is the day, or you can say this is the post-COVID. In fact, we have moved to that phase that we can't work on a speed of 40 or 30. We need to accelerate the brake so that we move faster. As in the previous discussion, it was mentioned that if we want to catch up with someone, we have to be a little faster on that front, right? So do you think that we need to be more faster than what we are doing today, and the educational institution, all the higher educational institution has to be with that intent, investment has to be on the board, so that the collaboration which can be done with the industry like IBM or Coursera or the Grand Thought itself, how we can make it it's a vibrant Bharat. So open for you.
Uh, I think that's definitely possible. I mean, the reason why I'm saying so is, I mean, we have seen digitization, itself, has created different models, things which could not have been imagined. I mean, I'm just referring to other industries, which it can able to disrupt. All you just need is adoption of these digitization into the campus. We have to be open to these newer things. I think earlier we heard about AI and chat GPT and many things, So digitization is going to be one. Obviously, you need to open and keep thinking on innovating and come with those adoption of these newer technologies, which gives us the scale. Today, if you see all those Moodles and we have the Coursera here, I mean, the kind of, it just scales up, the kind of things I feel So I think it's definitely doable. I think all it just needs is the intent and adoption of this thing, I would put it that way.
So I can, please.
A quick last comment. I think talking about adopting technology, I earlier mentioned that it has to be based on the objectives of the institution, but at the same time ensure that it is something wherein you can, the students end of the day should be able to maximum utilize, their presence at the campus. They should be able to, utilize the best of their time at the campus. I mean, when you talk about innovation and technology, I think you should look at integrating technologies in such a way that students are able to take the maximum out of their time at the campus. It is not about the pace at which that the institution should be going, I would say. But of course, we have a long way to go, so we should go at a certain pace. But then that shouldn't be the key focus, I believe. So that's my thought on integrating technology with the higher education segment. Yeah.
So I will just summarize that it was said that quantity, quality, and cost cannot go together, cannot coexist. I think, right, with the disruption which is happening in the India, primarily the digital era, and which is required in education primarily, which is because since we interact with a lot of higher education institutions, we have seen it is not that the higher educations are not working; they are really working. There are great institution was working on a very great speed, were helping the students, making them employable, not only employable, but they're cultivating a seed of how to innovate, how to do research as well. But there is a divide between the number of institutions who are doing on a higher side, but there are number of institutions who are not able to do because of X, Y, Z regions, right? So we have.
I think embracing these evaluations, in the earlier panel we discussed about the reservations on getting into the accreditations, ranking it is a rat race, but I think that is the way forward according to me, because NEP also talks about making India the global destination for education. Unless you research and innovate and achieve the global standards, how can you make India the global destination, right?
Definitely.
So there is a genuine need for us to embrace such external evaluations and accreditations to see where do you stand. And these are really meant for the emerging institutions, right? Not perhaps meant for the top tier 1, tier 2 institutions, but the ones that are really looking forward to be there in the global academic this ecosystem.
Definitely.
I think that's important.
So we need that one, because the competitiveness will come when you are able to make a comparison between each other, right? Competition is not to pull each other, but to help each other to grow. That is the collaboration what Madhume was also talking about. So let's collaborate. What I feel is the collaboration and innovation are the two keywords which can help all the higher education in India to come up and grow together, where we can compete with the worlds of West or East. And we as an India going through a lot of transformation in today's world in the digital aspects, where the financial inclusion is there, which I already mentioned. We need to work on how we can make education as inclusive for all, in fact.
Yeah,
Thank
friends,
you. Yeah, please, sir.
Friends, something happened somewhere and then we can use it somewhere. That's what is really innovation is. Okay. Here, what happened just from here, just maybe a kilometer away, our Jew is there. Okay. Last week, Jew authorities, what they did, you can't throw your plastic bottle or water bottle outside. Okay. What is it? Whenever you take inside the bottle, they said 50 rupees deposit you there. Okay. When you go out, that empty bottle you give and then take back that 50 rupees. No, see that no, in the zoo there are no plastic bottles out there. No, small things. Okay, if you do those things, small things, yes, we can do whatever we want to do. No, we can do it. Thank you.
Definitely agree with you that small things matters a lot. Small can be big, but we have to start doing small things. Yeah, please, ma'am.
Yes, I like to underscore the role of the industry. I think the presentation made by Daffodil University, the professor highlighted the kind of the Samsung's engagement when they designed this curriculum. And so probably at the end of the day, after this the higher education, everybody wanted to get a job. But when they are hired, the reactions from the industry is, oh, this workforce cannot be very effective. They cannot be integrated with their kind of the workflow. And so that has been always a complaint from the industry. And especially this kind of these fast moving industries, we really need this curriculum design together with industry together when we talk about this high education
So I will just
curriculums.
just add to it. Since at Grant Thornton we are in a one of the field where we are helping universities, higher educations in designing the curriculum as per their needs. It is not as Amit mentioned that doesn't fit everyone. Right. It has to be student centric, where post completing that program, university will not complain that they are not fit for the industry. So yeah, please.
Just last one thought. I think the way we have heard governments doing 5 Varsh Ka Yojana and stuff, you make 5-year plans, 10-year
Right.
plans. So step one is, so you got to make that plan. That 10 years, I want to make my institute reach this place. That's point number one. What are the parameters required and what are the collaborations required?
Yes.
I feel, I've seen a lot of universities because I work with them, straight away jumping on to say, hey, I want to reach here, but the plan behind it, it's not there. So probably that approach of crawl, walk, and run has to be there.
Yes.
So probably start by building industry micro-credentials into the course curriculum, tell students to do it, tell teachers to do it, and then work on the next level. Then I move to R&D, then I look at a bigger research, then I look at a patent, and then I grow my business and do things.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Exactly. You rightly summarized. We need to start from you can say step one. Then only we can go on the innovation. Is innovation research is the next big thing, but we have to do step backwards from where we have to start and cultivate that level of knowledge awareness, or we have to map the curriculum with the industry requirement. We have to get industry on board itself, where they can come and contribute. These are the things we need. These are skills we need, so that university can inculcate. Because with the new education policies, I think that benefit it has given for the university as well, that there are multiple exit routes in the NAP as well. So I will just thank you all the panelists for your insights, and I believe it will definitely better post, as you mentioned, that we'll try that we doesn't conclude on the stage only, we keep on moving post the stage as well, so that we can benefit the larger society and the section of the society. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Well, on behalf of the audience, I would like to thank all the erudite speakers on the stage for a wonderful session on leading higher education innovation in the digital era. May I now request Dr. Bilgley, our Vice Chancellor, to felicitate our wonderful guests on stage. May I request Sir to present a token of love and appreciation, a memento, to Pradeep Pandey. May I now request him to present a memento, a token of love and gratitude to Dr. A. Raja Reddy. Thank you, sir. May I now request him to present a memento as a token of love and gratitude to Mr. Vittal Madhyalkar. Sir, I request you to present a memento as a token of love and gratitude to Mr. Aditya Razdan. Dr. Y.J. Park, I'm sorry. Now may I request you to present a token of love and gratitude to Mr. Aditya Razdan. It is now time to felicitate Dr. Yadugiri Kiran Kumar. So may I now request you to felicitate Mr. Raveen Nair. May I now request you to present a memento as a token of love and gratitude to Dr. Majji Subhash Shashi Bhushan Rao. I'm sorry. Thank you, sir. Thank you all the guests on stage. Now it's time for a group photograph. Thank you. Well, I would like to inform all our venerated guests that lunch is served outside, after which our panel discussion on green economy, food, energy, water nexus, climate change, education starts sharply at 2 p.m. Thank you very much, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-lunch session, a panel discussion on green economy, food, energy, water nexus, climate change, education. May I, with all of your permission, invite Dr. Sudhir Kumar Som, the moderator for the session, Principal Scientist, National Academy of Agricultural Research and Management, Hyderabad. May we all welcome him with a huge round of applause, please. Thank you. It's a pleasure indeed to welcome Dr. Tara Mani, Associate Professor, Department of Chemistry, Indian Institute of Technology, Roper. I'm pleased to welcome Dr. S. Sendil Vinayagam, CEO and Principal Scientist. Professor Dr. M.A. Rahim, Advisor, Daffodil International University, Senior Scientist, Horticulture, Bangladesh. Thank you, sir. It's a pleasure to invite Shri Rohit Modi, former IAS, Group CEO, Sadhav Engineering Limited. I'm indeed pleased to welcome Dr. Hiresha Verma, founder and CEO, Han Agrocare, Himachal Pradesh. She's also popularly known as the Mushroom Lady of Uttarakhand. Thank you very much for having joined us on the stage. Now may I request the moderator to kindly take over.
Thank you. First of all, I, on the behalf of the panel and also on my behalf, thankful to Best Innovation University, and especially Dr. Rupa and Mr. Meena, Bharatlal Meena ji, for giving a wonderful opportunity to all of us here in this wonderful session on panel discussion on green economy, food, energy, water and access, climate change education. Because I'm sitting since yesterday here, and I think this is the most difficult topic which have been given to this panel. Because so many United Nations that SDG goals are there. SDG 1, SDG 4, SDG 13, SDG 2, and really you will not believe that this panel, we met several times to prepare that how to go ahead in this. But the good thing is that when the students are good and when paper is tough, it is good for the good student, and we have done. So I welcome in this panel, before introducing the subject, first I'm privileged to introduce to you Professor M.A. Rahim, and he is he's an advisor at Daffodil International University in Bari, that Bangladesh Agriculture Research Institute. It's like ICR here in India, and he's an expert on horticulture, and he has developed several varieties on mango, lychee, etc. It means the experience of his will be most pertaining to India because the climate is same and the products are same. Professor Rahim Saab, welcome to this session. We have with us Shri Rohit Modi ji, and who is a former officer of Indian Administrative Service. Those who are from abroad, they may, for their information, this is the top job in this country. And this examination is very, very difficult. I know it. Twice I appeared for interview, but I could not enter into this. Very difficult examination. Sir, now you are a CEO, and we will be having your experience as an administrative officer, holding several senior positions in government, and also now from the private side and that engineering company. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. I welcome Dr. Hiresha Verma. And she is the perfect example that when you start startup too late, and she started a startup late, but she is moving very fast speed, very fast speed. And she is the one who started a very new thing that mushrooms, but with the medicinal mushrooms. There are so many who are doing mushrooms, but she does the medicinal mushrooms. And that's why her growth is very high. That is startup growth. And she will be contributing, specifically looking to that entrepreneurship and these topics of the day, what has been given to this particular panel. Thank you, madam, for this. I welcome the young lady, Dr. Taramani, and she is a associate professor in the top institutions of this country, Indian Institute of Technology, Roper. And I just discussed with her, she has published very, very high-ranking papers, very, very high, I tell you. Not high, very, very high, and several papers. Madam Dr. Park, the paper of like impact factor of 20, impact factor of 15, and she's a chemist with a chemistry background, and I think her contribution is going to be very strong technically related to energy. Dr. Taramani, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, I take only 1 or 2 minutes just to introduce a topic to all of us, so that we are on the same footing. When this idea came of green economy and this water network and then climate change education, the question is that how to keep the boundaries related to education, especially higher education, because that is the main purpose of this particular conclave. Everyone knows that how this climate change happening. People say that from now 2023 to 2027 is going to be hotter than the previous 4 years. I just saw this very recently somewhere. And the database has been created where one side the problem is global warming and the sea level will rise, but another side, the surface water, the lake and reservoirs, the database says that this is reducing significantly. So, and there are so many changes, climate changes, the global concern. If we come to that, our relation, the topic, I have seen in UK, there is one university who has this MSc in sustainable development. I did not see here in India, but in UK there is a MSc of University of Sussex in sustainability development. With the United Nations Climate Change Program, there is a MSc in climate change. I have seen in Dublin, MSc in climate change. So, and there are several collaborations with United Nations Climate Change e-learning program, where this online courses are there on green economy and on subject like that. So, can we have some kind of collaborations, because we are since morning we are talking of collaboration. So, can we have the collaborations through this platform of United Nations, having some online programs and also the offline program. Main challenge here is, and what I have seen in Europe and also in US, the integration, the main courses, let us say MSc Environmental Biology or Environmental Science, but they have integration with economics. So these kind of integrated courses are also available. So can we have such kind of courses? And looking back to our Indian condition, we talk about the sustainability development goal, but in Government of India, there is a national indicator framework, which is ultimately Government of India is responsible for the commitments at international level. So now somebody was saying that there are total 1,100 universities in this country. So can we contribute to this national indicator framework also of Government of India? So these are the few things which came to my mind for this. And now let us listen to our learned panelist. So first of all, I invite Dr. Rahim Please, your views on this.
Thank you, moderators and distinguished dignitaries in front of me, and my both sides, the other panelists. Very good afternoon, Shubho Bikal, Namaskar, Namaste. Actually, this topic is green economy. I mean, food, water, energy. Is not this time. Since time immemorial, we have to address that one. But nowadays, due to changing climates, we have to address seriously. In developing countries like India or Bangladesh or Nepal, other, mostly they are self-sufficient in cereal foods. But behind the self-sufficient in nutritional food, which need nutritional security. We have food security, no doubt. We need nutritional security, that is to fulfill the deficiency of vitamins and minerals, which is called hidden hunger. Which is called hidden hunger. We have to address that one. So food means not only the cereal or to having the bulk things to fill up the belly. No. The main target should be in the education, in the extension, even the administrative government should focus on to solve the malnutrition, to solve the hidden hunger, which is 2.5 billion people are now undernourished. 3.5 billion people are suffering from malnutrition and vitamins. And interestingly, now around 1 billion people are obesity. Yesterday, someone also addressed about the obesity. That increasing day by day, like myself. So I'm included at that one. So to address this, that's mean balancing between the obesity or balancing between undernutrition. We have to go for nutritious foods. That's addressing the nutritional food security, number one. So we have lots of food somewhere else in some, but waste. Lots of fruits are waste. Foods are wasting in different areas, and that should be controlled. One way, wasting by ourselves. We should be economically use in our home, in our neighbor, in our community, and as a whole to our country, and in large extent to the world, if we reduce the foods into the wasting. Second, we grow lots of fruits and vegetables. We grow lots of agricultural products due to ill post-harvest managements and little bit product, that's mean value additions, product processing. We are also wasting lots of money. So food, to address the foods, we have to go for that one. That's mean development large scale, the food processing. Second, water. Yes, water is scarce. Time and times over. Like Bangladesh, in the rainy season, lots of water. But in the dry season, scarcity water. If we don't, I think, fulfill the water flow and the water availability, we cannot grow fruits, so that should be there. And similarly, energy. So every academic institutions, even research institutions, should address this food, energy, and water in large scale. And finally, I'd like to conclude in that way that this discussion here in, I think Rupa Madam made in Best Innovation University, these sorts of things should be addressed in other universities too. And it is very easy for the Indian people, there are lots of university, lots of agriculture university. Anyway, but good news for our Bangladesh that in Daffodil International University, even all public university having the subject on, as moderator says, subject of sustainable agriculture, the climate change, environmental agriculture, environmental sciences, and recently we are also opening the agrometeorology departments to address the adverse the climatic condition. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor, for giving that tips that improve health and save water. And yes, these are the concern, post-harvest losses, the concern of Government of India, big concern. And horticulture, under horticulture mission, there are so many projects, so I request that please apply to those projects, and they give funding for honey. Nowadays they are giving a lot of funding to apiary, to honey production. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now we come to the technical side of this energy and climate change. And the young lady, Dr. Taramani, please share your experiences, the wonderful experiences in yeah. You take this.
Very good afternoon to everyone, and thank you, Dr. Rupa, this opportunity to share with this senior dignitaries on the dais. Basically, I'm an academician, and so being a researcher, so we do in our group, we have been working on the energy-related things, especially when we talk about the energy. So how do we produce the energy? Energy can be produced by the conversion, energy can be produced by the storage, and energy can be produced by the harvesting. So this is what we are working in our group. So when we talk about the energy concept, right? So humankind always require the energy, and it has become an indispensable part of our day-to-day life when we look at into it. So what if you take the entertainment, we need energy. If you need a comfortable life, so we need an energy, and it is a must necessity. So because if the kids wants to play a game, so we need an energy. And if we want to utilize the UPS or the inverters or anything, electric vehicles, portable devices, we need an energy. Apart from that, if you go with the sensors, we need an energy. How do we tackle this one? When you talk about the energy, in the past, the fossil fuels are dominating these energy sectors. However, if the excess utilization, that means reliance of this, leads to a serious environmental impact. That means, so we produce a large amount of CO2 into the environment. Obviously, that leads to the global warming. So we had a good news, especially during the COVID time. So because we did not see any transportation, so therefore almost 6% decrease in the CO2. However, in 2021, if you look at the statistics, it hit back to the 36.4 gigaton of CO2 into the environment. And if you look at the statistics, India stands at the third position. That means the first is in the China, and the second one is USA, and India is in the third position. That means it's a very serious concern how to tackle this CO2, right? So the one option is that, so nowadays the research is going on, still it is not at the industrial level, so at the academic level, so where people do capture the CO2, because it's a challenging task. So however, even we can convert the CO2 into the value-added products which can be utilized. So that means CO2 can be converted to methanol, CO2 can be converted to formic acid, formaldehyde. This can be utilized as a chemical for producing any other chemicals. But capturing is a challenging task because the CO2 in the environment, if you consider the nitrogen, it's a 78%. So when we see the CO2, it's only a less than 0.04%. So therefore, capturing is one of the biggest tasks. However, a lot of research has been devoted. So especially nowadays, electrochemical technique where one can utilize it. Another way of tackling this CO2 is also, like, see, we have to look at this way because when we have to sensitize the education starting from kids to the elder one. Although we are educated, we are not aware about our day-to-day life because let's say we are traveling, right? CO2 is also being released by the aviation. If you see that when you are booking the flight and all, you will see that sometimes SpiceJet 40%. If you go with the Indigo, 18%. Sometimes you go with the 34% of CO2 emission. This is also one of the serious concern. And also we have to avoid utilizing the vehicles and all when we are traveling in the short routes and all those things. Apart from this, so what is the alternative? Alternative, when we look at that, hydrogen is in the front runner, alternative to this one, so to tackle this to the fossil fuels. But the challenging task is since it is the energy density is quite high, and the product which is produced from the hydrogen is eco-friendly, that is ultimately the water. This hydrogen has been utilized for a lot of application. So not only from the electric vehicles, even for the ammonia production, even for the natural gases and other application as well. So if you see the electric vehicles, nowadays lot of initiatives has come up because we are targeted with the zero emission. So therefore, the Niti Aayog, even in India also, so they hosted some summits. So in 2018 to give the awareness, and also in so Niti Aayog in jointly with the UK also, so they have the portal to give awareness about the electric vehicles. So and also the Shunya. So these are some of the initiatives which government has started. This is one of the good news in that respect. Apart from that, how to utilize or how to produce the hydrogen is another challenging task. Apart from the consumption of the hydrogen, so now we have to see that how do we produce, because the demand of hydrogen is quite high. So at the same time, we have to see that how do we produce the hydrogen. If you see the hydrogen production, again we are depending on the natural gases, which is about 45%, and then again from the industries. And then when we look at that, so the 94% still we are depending on where we are producing the CO2 into the environment. Only 4% or 4 to 6% is only by electrocatalysis, where the product we are producing is only the water. In that case, nowadays, the water splitting is one of the alternatives. So this you might have heard even in the schools and other things. So electrochemical water splitting, where we just simply take the water and apply potential and then produce hydrogen. So now another thing is that, apart from that, how to clean the environment, right? So we know H2S is also a pollutant, environmental pollutant, especially the oil refinery industries are releasing excess amount of H2S into the environment. Apart from that, even H2S is present in the so in the nature. So that means if you consider the sea, even in the Visakhapatnam also, even if you go with the Baltic Sea, the amount of H2S produced is quite number, and we know that it is not good for the health, right? How to utilize this one? So now there is a process. That means apart from the water splitting to produce hydrogen, because we are depending on only a 4%, 96% we are depending on, 94 to 96 is producing the CO2 into the environment. This is one of the serious concern. So therefore, what the alternative could be is that H2S, it is a pollutant that can be converted to the hydrogen. That means H2S can act as a source, so where it can be converted by electrocatalysis. So especially if you consider the water splitting, so we require 1.23. This is the potential which is required. And the same thing, when we want to utilize this H2S as a source, so we are almost reducing 3 times of energy. So that means we can save the energy and we can clean the environment, as well as we can produce the hydrogen. So this lot of the industries has to come forward instead of releasing the H2S into the environment, and to make use of this, and at the same time to produce the energy as well. Another third point is that, so the energy with respect to the food, fertilizer, right? So we need a food. Again, if you look at the population growth, so from the last century, it has been quadrupled, and we are expected to be at 10 billion in 2050, and then obviously the food demand is quite high. So how do we get the food? When we are talking about the food, obviously fertilizer. Fertilizer is associated with we call it as NKP. So N means nitrogen, potassium, and the phosphorus. How do we get the nitrogen? So again, it is depending on the ammonia. So this, not many of us are aware about it. This is also one of the thrust area where one should focus and also understand these problems. So nitrogen to ammonia, we are converting by Haber-Bosch process at industries. And again, it is a serious problem because the temperature which we are going to utilize over there, and also the problems which is concerned, and also 3% of the CO2. So when we consider the entire thing, so we are producing the CO2 when we are converting nitrogen to ammonia. This ammonia is acting as a bridge between the nitrogen, the fertilizer, because we require nitrogen, because 70% of the fertilizer production is depending on the ammonia. So now this is also one of the serious and concern, and also an important thing where the nitrogen to ammonia, so the alternative also people are working on that. So means the electrochemical conversion of nitrogen to ammonia, but the turnover frequency, if we talk about it, because to transfer it to the industry level, it's quite challenging, because as I said that the amount of nitrogen is very less, and also we have a lot of interference into this one. So therefore, so overall, in order to tackle this energy, if I have to say that the green energy is that, first of all, we stop utilizing the water bottles, right? When we are arranging any functions or whatever day-to-day life and other things, we avoid using these water bottles first thing. and try to save the energy when you are leaving the rooms, or when you are leaving the offices, or when you are in the corridors. And the third thing is that stop using the vehicles. If it is necessary, if it is a short distance, try to go by your walk or by the cycle, bicycle, and other things. These are the things, especially in the education institution, we have to implement this culture, so that, because these are the young people who can give the good this thing to the society. And another thing is that, and also when we talk about the CO2 tackling and other things, so even we have to consider, because even our director also always asks me, since I'm also traveling a lot, do you know that how much CO2 you have already been released into the environment because you travel from year to year? So therefore, this is also another concern, because recently, just morning, I traveled from Kashmir to here. And earlier, so when we are going to the Kashmir, we always say the glacier everywhere. So even if you go to the Chandanwadi, so that is the place where Amarnath Yatra starts, right? So now it's very sad to see, because hardly there is a glacier. Everything is melting and everything is broken. This is again due to the global warming, right? So this is one of the serious concerns which we need to tackle. And also we have to, at the education, especially starting from the smaller kids, even to the school levels, we have to give well awareness about this clean energy. So with this, I'll conclude this, Mike.
Thank you, Dr. Taramani. Thank you. In fact, we should be obliged to Dr. Rupa. She's a very good researcher in finding the appropriate people. I think give her applause to her. I'm really very happy to see this lady, actually. Wonderful. And she had 35 PPTs. I said that PPT will kill your creativity. Please speak without PPT. And you have done so wonderfully. And the message what you have given to all of us is that you have given very important research topics where a collaboration can be sought with her laboratory. One is that how to capture CO2 and how to have the alternate like hydrogen sulfide. And also creating awareness about this. And this, your suggestion is very good actually, that bicycle, introducing bicycle. I have seen in IIT Kharagpur only bicycle. And I have seen in Amity University full of cars. The 40 acres is full of cars, the 40 acres, yes. So that is a good suggestion and good takeaway. And then please have a collaboration with the laboratory of her. Very good publication will come out and very good ideas also will come out. So thank you very much. And also for reminding us the chemistry after 40 years. H2S, CO2, NH4, all those things. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Taramani. Now, may I request to our very senior colleague, Mr. Modi sir, that he is from now Group CEO of engineering company and also the former Indian Administrative Service Officer. So sir, please enlighten us on those issues. Yeah.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. Let me divide my comments into three parts. One is economy, one is education, one is green. I think that's the three issues which we want to tackle. And they're three not really related at one level, and they can still be related. Look at this economy, and I think each of these will have an implication of what educators need to do. Everybody, including the Prime Minister, talks of making India a $5 trillion economy. How many of you are aware of Rule of 72? Is anybody here aware of Rule of 72? Okay, it's a very simple rule. If the economy is growing at 12% per annum, it will double in 6 years. If it's growing at 6% per annum, it will double in 12 years, not in 16 years. Because the effect of compounding makes it that when you reach 72, it doubles. By that rule of 72, India today, everybody agrees in real rate of growth is growing at 6 to 7% per annum. Correct? In terms of inflation, we are growing at, again, 6 to 7% per annum. So typically, if you look at the Indian economy growth rate for the last 3 decades, it has been since 1990. It has been growing at 13 to 14% per annum. Take out the aberrations, and you'll have the secular rate. Let me deflate it, say it will grow at 12% per annum. We will be a $4 trillion economy by next year. Make it 24, make it 25, doesn't matter, okay? Which means in 6 years' time, by 2030, we'll be $8 trillion economy. Go further, very simple maths. By 2036, we'll be $16 trillion economy. By 42, we'll be $32 million economy. By 48, we'll be $64 million economy. Let me not discount it, which means roughly by 2050, India will be a $50 trillion economy. No economy in the world today is $50 trillion. But India will be a $50 trillion economy by 2050, plus minus 5 years. Does not make a difference. In a journey of growth, journey of civilization, 5 years do not matter at all. Which means the role and the question for educators, how do we create an India which is ready to bask under the sun, to enjoy the fruits of this $50 trillion economy? And let's also remember that change is the only constant. Please understand the issue of global warming, climate change, CO2 emissions have been known for the last 30, 40 years. It's nothing new. What has made it relevant today is because the entire economics has changed. I remember for 10 years, and something which I should have mentioned, I actually worked in Suzlon and SoftBank, heading their operations for renewable energy. So I've actually deeply been involved. And I also worked for 2 years on waste to energy. So I've actually deeply been involved in that part of also. But let's not come back to this. Let's come back to what is happening. So my first portion is the entire education system. The entire need for students will be to no more prepare students for the debates on roti, kapda, or makan, which was a requirement 30 years ago. Existence, survival today is not an issue. India does not have a food crisis, and except countries in Africa, literally no country in the world has actually a food crisis. Okay? The methods of production have changed, but food itself is not a crisis anymore. Water also, people say there have been lots of epitaphs, lot of gloomy forecasts, prophetic forecasts, that water will be the next wars in the world will be fought on water. But technology has again made it irrelevant. If most of us have traveled to Dubai, Dubai has possibly the best landscaping on the road. And the landscaping is done by drip irrigation. And a desert has drip irrigation, desert has snow, because today you have 97% of Earth is water, and you can generate from seawater, you can convert that into drinking water. It's not a problem at all. Company after company, including Radisson, will say, I will actually convert the wastewater and sewage for irrigation, for drainage, things like this. So water, please understand, will not be a crisis. Energy is where maximum change is happening. Earlier, the entire energy needs of the world were driven by fossil fuels. And please understand, energy is required both at home and for transportation. When we talk of green energy today, it is still substantially addressing the issues of energy at home, or energy in factories, or energy in production. We are not yet talking of energy, green energy in transportation, which will happen very soon. EV vehicles, yes, but please understand the batteries themselves are the biggest nightmare for fossil fuels and chemicals. But clearly, hydrogen, Ma'am Taramani mentioned brilliant point, but please understand the world will not be following the normal hydrogen. Hydrogen to itself has different colors. It has green, black, brown, pink, different colors of hydrogen. The only hydrogen will come in the world is actually green hydrogen. And green hydrogen will actually happen essentially by electrolysis. The problem today in hydrogen is its combustibility. Because of its combustibility, transportation is a problem. But I think that issue will get addressed. Technology will take care of it. So you will see that if by 2030, 50% of world's energy demands are coming from green energy, by 2050, 50% of movement, transportation is happening by green hydrogen. That is where educators have a possibility, educators have a role to play. Can you now prepare? It is no more traditional economics on diesel turbines and petroleum power and things like this. Something very fascinating, and you should be delighted. I was just sitting here and noticing. In 1972, 50 years ago, the top 10 companies of the world were General Motors, ExxonMobil, Ford, GE, IBM, Mobil, Chrysler, Texaco, ITT, and AT&T, which means 6 out of 10 companies were either on fossil fuels or on cars driven on fossil fuels. Look at 2022, 50 years' time. The top 10 companies are Apple, no fossil fuel, Microsoft, no fossil fuel, Berkshire Hathaway, no fossil fuel, Google, Alphabet, no fossil fuel, Saudi Aramco, yes. But the focus, the balance has shifted from USA to Saudi Arabia, okay? Johnson & Johnson, no fossil fuel. Tesla, only car company in the top 10, no fossil fuel. Meta, no fossil fuel. Walmart, no fossil fuel. And P&G, no fossil fuel. So from 7 companies in top 10 of the world in 1972, in 2022 already, only 1 company remains which is dealing with fossil fuel, or which is driven or by fossil. That's the change which is happening around the world. So that's the second part of the story. Please remember, change is the only constant. So all of you will have to keep reinventing your subjects, course, curriculum to meet the demands of the future. Let me then come back to the third interesting point on education. I love the debate. I must say, Rupa and Bharat, outstanding job of getting Dr. Ram Madhav and the panel which you had. It was a huge learning exercise. My takeaways from there, I was sitting. To me, an educator basically educates. It's no great science, which means he makes aware the students of the existing education and knowledge which is already there. We are educating on the knowledge which exists. How it can be, if you're very thinking, you're an elite organization, you say how it can be applied. What are the intended, unintended consequences and possibilities going forward? I think if you do that, you assume you're an outstanding organization. They also mentioned, look, there are divisions between educations and research organizations. What does research do? Research will say, and to use Mr. Madhav's term, answer questions which do not exist today. Outstanding. The third word which was used, creativity. Now, obviously, you create something which does not exist, okay? But I think challenge is another level. I think fundamentally, we have to get our students out of fighting for jobs. Looking, can I get a 3 lakh rupees job? Can I get a 5 lakh rupees job? Can I get a 10 lakh rupees job? At IIT, can I get a 30 lakh rupees job? Get out of the existential issues of getting jobs and looking after. Can we as educators encourage them to do fearless thinking? I think our children already do that. A child runs without having an ability, without being scared of falling and getting himself hurt. But we as parents, hey, gir jayega, ruk ja. We instill fear in them. Can we as educators take out this fear from them? Then we've done an outstanding job. I think for me, lots of time in the morning was discussed on collaboration versus competition. I think another level is disruption. Fundamentally, even when you talk of Vishnu or Brahma being the creator, it comes after Mahesh being the destroyer. So there has to be disruption first before there can be creation, before there can be collaboration. And I'm not getting into a debate of disruption versus collaboration versus competition. I think, can we encourage dreaming? Because dreaming is what leads to disruption. Whether it's dreaming unhappiness about an existing system, political system, economic system, my life, it's only the dreaming and my desire for my future which changes this world. And I think we as educators, if we can tell our students to dream big, and not just dream big, to have then belief in their own dreams, because if they don't believe in their dreams, who else will believe in them? I think we would have done an outstanding job of creating a future, of creating a generation which thinks for itself. One, they already know. They don't even, both my sons are outside. One works with Google, guy works with Amazon. Today, in hindsight, I feel it was a mistake to send them out. That time, I thought their life will be secure, taken care of. Today, I wish India is where the next 30 years would be. India is where the growth would be. India is where we are going to go. Let's look at power. Very simple example on power. Today, our per capita consumption on electricity is 1,200 units per Indian. USA's per capita consumption on power is 10,000 units. I'm not even talking of fuel for transportation, which is a different level altogether. 1,200 versus 10,000. China is about 5,000, 6,000. Today, installed power base in India is about 480 gigawatts. Last 7-8 years, 80% of addition has not been in fossil fuel. In fact, nobody now sets up a coal factory. It has all been in renewable energy. Very clearly, our demand, if I'm giving a numbers of 1,255, assuming we need to double it, we would need to go today's 500 gigawatt installation to 10,000 gigawatts at 1,000 gigawatt at any point of time. Believe me, 400 out of this 500 gigawatt will come from green energy, without a doubt. That is what the education institutions of the future need to be, whether in terms of education, understanding, comprehension, servicing, technicians, whatever it be. And I mentioned about green hydrogen, same thing will happen. That's the opportunity. But I think fundamentally, this entire paranoia of survival, of existential issues, of looking at job, has to change. And I think it was a beautiful point which was made in the morning, that it will no more the low-level jobs which will go away to robots. It will the high-level thinking jobs which will go away to robots. I think I love what Dr. Park mentioned. If Korea is producing 2% of its students and 1.2 million, 1 million people to be AI graduates in 26, can we even talk of fraction of that by 2030? Then we would have prepared our country. A fraction of that, because at 2% of 1.4 billion, we are talking of creating almost 30 million people, which is almost 60% of Korea's population. It's not going to happen in 2, 3, 4 years. But can we reach there? I think to me, it's not a challenge. To me, it's a mind-blowing opportunity And you know, I'll just, in terms of opportunity, something which we all understand. Let me give you a classic example of one small company in India. It's not small anymore, it's a company called Larsen & Toubro. In 1965, their annual turnover was 1 crore per annum. 1 crore was their turnover in 1965. 1975, the turnover became 10 crores per annum. 1985, the turnover became 100 crores per annum. 1995, the turnover became 1,000 crores per annum. 2005, the turnover became 10,000 crores per annum. Not 2015, but 2016, the turnover became 1 lakh crores per annum. Imagine a company, go back and check, it's a Google data which you can check, which you can verify, not a problem. In less than 60 years' time, in 50 years' time to be precise, from 1965 to 2015, the data which I'm talking about, the company grew 100,000 times. It's the power of principles and policies. And that's my last point. You know, lots of us in India actually believe in jugaad mentality, in finding a quick fix solution. It will not take you very far. Let's understand very, very quickly. You know, they all say, in fact, American Army is the first time which used the word, the VUCA word. And I will stop at this, take a couple of minutes. VUCA word is very, very clearly volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous world. How do you deal with the VUCA world? How can you prepare your students to deal with the VUCA world? And it's only on 4 principles to deal with this. Very clearly, they have to have a clarity of purpose, a clarity of objectives. You know, there's a very beautiful Seneca saying, the Greek philosopher, who says, you know, no winds are favorable if you do not know which port you set out for. If I were to use it in a different, paraphrase it, it says, if you do not know which port you set out for, you're unlikely to reach there. Okay? So I think we should give them the clarity of vision, of perspective. Where do they want to be? Both individually and collectively as a nation. And as a nation, tell them, we will be a $50 trillion economy in the next 30 years, which is when your students are in the maximum workforce from 20 to 50. That's number one. Very clearly, once you've given them the vision and the clarity, then say you have consistency, you stay the course. Come what may, you know, somebody asked, what are the 2 biggest qualities of success? The 2 biggest qualities of success are persistence and resilience. We have to be thick, and that's my last metaphor. My apologies, Dr. Sab, I'm very tempted. Please, all of us know that lotus flower blooms in marsh and muck and everything. And why? Have you ever thought why? What makes it succeed in the dirt and muck and marsh and swamp and everywhere? It is the thick skin which it has. Go back and look at the lotus flower. It has the thickest skin of all the flowers which you know. Nothing sticks to it. That's why it can survive. Also remember one thing, every other flower typically grows in a bunch. Lotus flower is lone on its stem. It does not grow in a bunch. Which means, yes, while we all talk of collaboration, ultimately as individuals, we have to stand on our own. We all have very good weather friends. Ask my colleagues, ask Bharat, ask anybody, as long as you're in position of chair, everybody will say, sir, how beautiful, how handsome, how great you are. You're out of the chair, you will not be allowed entry into the same office. Your greatness goes away. Ask a woman who's a CEO, they'll say, my gosh, ma'am, you're so beautiful, you're so brilliant, you're so intelligent. She's out of the way, very few people will look at her. So it's a position of power, it makes you attractive, handsome, intelligent, powerful, whatever the case may be. Lotus flower, the resilience which it has. And please remember, it's one flower which is used by Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, which is used by Durga, Saraswati, and Lakshmi. Every single god and goddess can be associated with lotus flower. So I think what we need to teach our students, look, you will have setbacks. You will have failures. That is life. Life is not a simple, unilateral, unicorn journey, one-way street. You will have ups and downs. Can we teach them resilience? Can we teach them persistence? Which can only come from courage of conviction. Which can only come if they believe in their own dreams, if they believe in themselves. I think that if we do in our students, we would have done a mind-blowing job. And I can go on, but I will stop at this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Modi sir, for giving so much of the tips to all of us related to resource use efficiency, either the students or the faculty members or the other kind of resources, including energy, also giving the technological aspect of the energy. And the most important is that psychology and the attitudinal changes among the students, which is the top priority. And he endorsed that research concept, research on green energy. So it means that is going to be a very, very hot topic. Sir, thank you very much. Now we have entrepreneur with us, Madam Hiresha Verma. And please now.
Which is going on right now, and the practical thing, because we are doing all whatever we are doing is practical. So my suggestion to universities and also that they should allow their students to inculcate the skills of hand-on experience with the agriculture or in be like birds. Birds is like they have to believe in themselves. First, we have to inculcate this property with them that they have to be confident in themselves, that they have to be risk taker, they have to be an innovative and novel in producing the things. If we inculcate that entrepreneurship in them, then if we give them the skills, if we give them the ideas, if we give them to think, then definitely we will not be seeking for jobs. We will be job givers. Thank you. That is what I want.
Madam Hiresha Varmaji, giving a new idea for this, that have collaboration with the startups, so that on the one hand the skill development for the students, and on another hand whatever innovation, for example, she has done for making a powder, so can we have some technological validity through these collaborations. It's kind of symbiotic relationship. And what she told, the confidence, they don't have the confidence to start entrepreneurship. There is a scheme of Government of India, agri-clinic and agri-business centers. In 2002, before launching the scheme, there was a team of 3 people. Fortunately, I was one of them. We did one survey, and finance was not the constraint. The first constraint was they don't have confidence. So this is correct. So the new idea will come, and I think I don't have much to say on this. And thank you very much, all the panelists, for wonderful deliberations. And also one more thing, we started late, but we are finishing on time. So, so thank you very much, sir. Thank you. So much from our side. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the audience, I would like to thank all our erudite speakers for a wonderful session on green economy, food energy, water nexus, climate change education. Thank you very much. Now may I request our beloved chairman, Shri Bharatlal Meena ji, to join us on stage to felicitate our most revered speakers. Thank you, sir. So may I request you to felicitate Dr. Sudhir Kumar Soam, our moderator of the session. He's been presented with the memento as a token of love and appreciation. Thank you, sir. Now may I request you to present a small memento to Dr. Taramani as a token of love and appreciation. Sir, may I now request you to present a memento as a token of love and gratitude to Dr. M.A. Rahim. Yes, sir. Now may I request you to kindly present a memento to Shri Rohit Modi as a token of love and gratitude.
This is the first time I'm seeing a memento from a batchmate. Thank you.
Sir, I would also like you to present a small memento as a token of love and gratitude to Dr. Hiresha Varma. Thank you very much, all the speakers. It's time for a small photograph with all of you guys. Thank you, speakers. Thank you, guests. Thank you, sir. Well, ladies and gentlemen, conclaves like this has its own fruitful results in terms of several collaborations and MOUs signed and exchanged. I'm pleased to inform all of you that here are a few more MOUs signed with Bharati Engineering, Science and Technology Innovation University in continuation to yesterday's MOUs. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to invite Dr. Pradeep from Grant Thornton to exchange the MOU. Thank you very much, sir. May I invite both of you on stage. Well, I'm pleased to invite Sri Pawan from Apple to join us on stage to exchange the MOU, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to invite Dr. Saurav from Microsoft to join us on stage for exchanging the MOU. Welcome. Well, it's a pleasure in inviting Dr. Anand Raj Tripathi, Mayor, Banu Municipality, Nepal, to join us on stage for exchanging the MOU. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's definitely a pleasure to invite Dr. Hiresha Verma from Han Agrocare on stage. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I expect many, many, many entrepreneurs from Best University. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen. Well, it's time now for the special session on cultural reconnection, instructional design and delivery. I'd like to invite Dr. Mila Popovic, Director General, Directorate of Interculturalism, Government of Montenegro, Founder and Director of Evolving Leadership, on stage for the same, please. Thank you. May we all welcome her with a huge round of applause. Thank you very much, audience. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also invite, I'm very honored and pleased to invite Srimati Vijayalakshmi Vijay Kumar, founder Heritage, co-founder and director, Center of Soft Power Indica. On stage, please. Thank you very much. We welcome you, ma'am. Why not? I can help you. That would be fine. There's one mic there, there's one. No problem.
Since this is a namaskar, can you all hear me? Yeah, okay. I would like to thank Dr. Rupa Vasudevan for inviting me to this August event, I should say, because it's full of educationists, vice chancellors, etc., etc., etc. And this topic is very close to my heart. Cultural reconnection. It's really sad that we have to talk about a reconnection, but anyway, be that as it may, we live in times when we have to reconnect to so many things, including ourselves. So I would like to start with a small chant. Vakratunda Mahakaya Surya Koti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kurume Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada Saraswati Namastubhyam Varade Kamarupini Vidyarambam Karishyami Siddhir Bhavatu Me Sada Ya Devi Stuyate Nityam Vibudairveda Paragaihi Same Vasatu Jihvagre Brahmarupa Saraswati Sadashiva Samarambham Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam Gurur Brahma Gurur Vishnu Gurur Devo Maheshwaraha Guru Sakshat Parabrahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. I don't know whether they put this as the last session because they didn't think culture was important enough, or I rather think that they wanted people to leave here thinking about culture and thinking about reconnecting with culture. Just yesterday, our Parliament House was inaugurated, and I guess they thought it's time to reconnect with culture. So they brought in and brought back the Sengol, which is also called the Rajadanda, which was given in 1947 when we got independence. But sadly, not knowing the significance of what was given, it was put away in a museum. And I am happy that it's been brought back, but I sure hope that people realize what the significance of this Sengol is. A Rajadanda, also quoted in the Rig Veda, carries the Rishabha on it, the Rishabha or the bull or Nandi. And the Rishabha is symbolic of justice, of valor, of fairness, of good governance, and of walking on the path of dharma. Dharma is not an easy word to interpret in English, but I can still say it's a matrix that relates to our relationship with the external world, and we can make our own inner guidelines, but there are also a set of guidelines that are there. So I do hope that they realize the import of what they have done now. So when every parliamentarian walks in, I hope he remembers that he has to walk the path of Dharma when he enters that building. So it's a good cultural reconnection. Unfortunately, I'm sure they can hear me in the back even if I don't have it. You can hear me, right? So I maybe just put this back. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, all right. That's technology now, okay? So we are at a time today when in India there's the reconnection is needed basically because we still have the cultural elements left, but the understanding of these cultural elements is kind of somewhere going away. I was just asking somebody who's not here in the audience now, I said, when was the last time that you looked up at the sunrise? And they didn't have an answer, because I think it was a very long time since they even looked up at the sun. We are all in this rat race of life. I have listened to a lot of talks today, and everybody has been talking about we have to make them fit for a job. Who is going to make them fit for life? Is the cultural connect that makes one fit for life. In Sanatana Dharma, or the system of life that has been in this country, there is a framework called the Pancha Mahayagnas. It's a guideline for life. So there are 5 different frameworks that are there. It starts with what they call Devata Yagna. That is Akasha, Vayu, Agni, Apa, Prithvi. That is our elements. When we say yagna, it does not mean an act of, a ritual only. It could be a ritual also, but any ritual that loses meaning is of no consequence. When we say that we have to do a yagna, it has to be with understanding. When we say Akasha, Vayu, Agni, Apa, Prithvi need our respect, it means we lead a sustainable life. We do not pollute the air, we do not pollute the water, we do not pollute the earth. But do we understand that? See, in India, everybody has this, the puja that we do to the rivers. In the north, if you go, nobody will even say Ganga. They will say Ganga Ji or Ganga Maya. I'm very happy that they have that respect. But the understanding of what that respect means has to come. Because unfortunately, they'll say Ganga Maya here, and the sewage of their house will go into that very river they're calling a mother. Is that how we will treat a mother? Do we not have to understand? So that is the cultural reconnect, because we have to understand. We are becoming more or less a non-thinking world now. We just do things. But that depth of thinking is a very inherent part of our culture. So the next of the Pancha Mahayagnas is Pitriyagna. When you say Pitriyagna, it's not about remembering your parents, once in the year, or maybe you forget, you go and place flowers on the tomb, or you do your annual ritual. It doesn't end with that. It's when we take forward that legacy. All the good that has come down from eons, you take it forward, understanding what it is. And that's the connect we have lost. We do not understand what that legacy is that we have to take forward, because we do not have time to think, or we do not think. For anything now, we have to go to Google Acharya. Immediately, 1 minute, I'll just check and I'll tell you. And then the next thing is called Bhuta Yagna. Bhuta Yagna means anything other than man. We're always thinking about ourselves. For us, the entire creation is divine. So, everybody has a right over resources as much as we do. Animals, trees, everything has a right over resources. But have we left any place for them? she was talking about COVID when there was a drop in pollution. COVID was the time when, animals were roaming freely everywhere, happily. In fact, I live in quite a crowded area of Bangalore. There were peacocks roaming around there. Because the poor things have no place anymore. Bangalore has lost sparrows. I remember as a child, sparrows came in and went out of the house. They would sit and eat on the grains and they would go out. So Bhuta Yajna is where you think and you feed everything other than you. So we have, we do Rangoli. And Rangoli was supposed to be done with rice flour. Now, of course, we substituted that because we do not understand the cultural significance. We do it with stone powder. Who is it helping? Just the person who's selling you stone powder. When you do it with rice flour, you're feeding the ants and the insects and everything else. But if we thought, why do we do it? Then we would know. But, we have become non-thinkers. We just do. Blindly we'll just do something. And the next thing was Manusha Yajna, where we serve community. And the last of it is Brahma Yajna, where every day we have to learn, acquire knowledge. So if we lived with this framework, which is a cultural framework, we wouldn't have to start thinking about environmental awareness because we would already be aware of it. Because we know that we are praying to Akasha, Vayu, Agni, Apa, Prithvi, so we are not going to pollute it. But we don't think. And we have lost our connect. So I think it's very important, especially for educationists, to think about how they're going to bring back this connect to our culture. In India, like I said already, we have a lot of the traditions still left, but the depth and the understanding of these cultural values is somewhere out the window. And the other thing I really wanted to speak about is the acceptance and the encouragement of diversity in our country. We are a very diverse people. We have many languages. We have hundreds of varieties of food. When we celebrate festivals, it's the same festival, but each place celebrates it differently. The essence is the same. Like, for example, Dasara. The essence is the celebration of the mother goddess. We celebrate it differently. We have no problem with diversity. But today, I find many people afraid of that diversity. They do not like diversity. They want everything to be according to a certain pattern. It's like I constantly have this debate about allopathy and Ayurveda. Ayurveda is a very individualized system, whereas allopathy is not. Nothing against allopathy. It's a new system. But for allopathy, it's all numbers. You are 54 years of age, you're this height, and you're this weight, and you're a woman, so this is how you should be. But that's not the case with Ayurveda. Ayurveda takes into consideration the season, your age, your nature, your mental makeup, and everything. So it's very individualized. So we can't just become numbers. So education can't be numbers. Education has to be individualized. When we talk about digitalization and we talk about AI and we talk about all this, sometimes I wonder, where is the person? We created all this digital equipment and all this AI and everything to help us. But now we are becoming slaves of the very thing that was supposed to be our slave. So I hope educators know how to actually make all this digitalization their slaves and not make ourselves slaves of that. So I think... No, I think we have a time limit, right?
You pour your heart out. This is what we need to receive. How
Oh, no, she'll tell me to leave then. So now I've spoken about the framework of the 5 Panchamahayagnas, and then I've spoken about diversity, which I think is very important. It's really beautiful. I mean, the diversity that we have is very creative. You know, I had just gone on a visit to the US, and I went to a new settlement where every house looks exactly the same. And even if you want to plant an extra plant in your yard, you need to take permission from the, they call it something, the housing development something. I said, these are the people who talk about freedom. In India, if the next door person builds or paints the house in the same color, the next time you will change it. Because we are diverse. We love the diversity. We are so colorful. And nowadays, I wonder when, you know, youngsters say, oh, we have to, it's a formal occasion. Okay. So they're dressed in all these really boring colors of gray, black. I said, why is it formal means you have to look miserable? I mean, I'm nothing against black or gray, sorry. I mean, don't be, nothing personal with anybody. But we are colorful people. So if we need to have creativity, you need to have variety, you need to have diversity. And unless youngsters are creative, they are not going to come out being entrepreneurs or doing anything other than, you know, the beaten path. So if you look at the cultural values that we have had in our country, it looks at the individual wellness. Not that they go against the rest of the society, but there's a lot of importance given to the individual. The individual is looked at as an individual, not as a number. So even a child is looked, you know, the aptitude of the child is taken into consideration. It's not, I still remember when my children went to school and my son every day had some issue. Just when it was time for school, he would have a stomachache, he'd have a cough, he'd have everything under the sun. That was just till it was 8:45. At 8:49, he'd be fine running around and playing the moment we said, don't worry about school. So I went to the school to talk to the principal and to ask what is actually going on. I mean, he was just 3. So I was actually not even concerned. I wouldn't even have bothered if he didn't go to school. But then, you know, you have to stick to some norms. Since she was my teacher when I was in nursery school, so she still had some individual values left in her. She said, well, he's too intelligent for this class, so he's learned everything that's there. So once he's finished with whatever it is, he doesn't allow the class to progress. And, you know, I'm sorry, the system doesn't allow me to put him in a higher grade. So if he doesn't want to come to school some days, just leave him alone. This is because we have this whole systematized teaching. I'm not against it. I know that, you know, you cannot say each child can do whatever they want. But under the circumstances, we can develop something where, you know, there is some scope for those with different kind of thinking to be able to flower. Because these are things that I think we need to look at in education. I'm not talking about the American AP system. I mean, that's also maybe, that's how they found another way to see that children who are a little more gifted will still stay in the same class but do something. But when we come to higher education, I'm sure there are some ways that you can look at looking at this. Because these are all our cultural values, where, you know, the individual is taken care of. We are not a number. So I think I have said a lot.
It just needs to be from your heart as you begin.
Maybe.
If your heart feels complete, then
my heart never feels complete when it comes to culture, but I think there is something called a clock that we have to go by. Yeah?
You could easily take my time if you want.
Thank you very much, and I'll hand it over to her, and if in case I feel like saying something again, I will.
Thank you so much, Vijay Lakshmi. This is just beautiful. Goodness, one thing that's coming to my mind is that this event that started as a conference is becoming the meeting of the minds and the hearts. And if I could, as I started yesterday, I would have you all in the front and maybe do some dances from the Balkans. The way we do that is we hold hands in circle. And as yesterday I enjoyed absolutely, I was absolutely blissed out by watching the wonderful array and display of Indian dance forms, arts. I wish I could share with you that sense of what it's like to move together. So in the spirit of cultural connections, I'll probably more dance mentally with you than anything else, because so much comes to my mind. First and foremost, to sit here, one thing that makes me feel so warm at the core of my being is to think of a moment in history where in a very polarized world, and we mentioned that yesterday, between the two pacts, Warsaw and NATO pact, Yugoslavia started where I was born, started the non-alignment movement with guess whom? India, Egypt, and Ghana. And the time for non-alignment movement is coming back. It is actually urgently needed because we're again at the crossroads replaying same old story. And I'm very proud to be here. But guess what else? The whole world is in need of a new story. Do you agree with me? You agree? This is why we're here. Because we are concerned. We are, how should I say this? Disillusioned public intellectuals and public servants, but enheartened human beings. Otherwise, we wouldn't even show up for the event for each other if it wasn't the case. We want to meet each other. We want to connect. And if you travel around the world or anywhere for that matter, you realize after COVID, after Facebook, after all of these wonderful tools that were meant to connect us, people are desperate to share of themselves. Have you noticed? Have you noticed that impulse within you of how much, even though we are all existentially exhausted by the state of affairs on the globe, how much your being yearns to share of your gifts, of your humanity? So, isn't it wonderful that I get to sit here next to this amazing storyteller and a story of a mother, right? Community mother that says, remember who you are. Remember who you are. That is your lullaby for the 21st century. Remember who you are. So, in that sense that the world needs a whole new story, we all need to be inspired again. We need to be moved, right? That's why the movement, moved internally, to meet the global challenges, but also to recognize opportunities in them and to enact the change at the higher level of order. That's the point. Everything that we have shared yesterday was to say what Vijay Lakshmi was saying. For goodness sake, are we coming to the point where yet again we'll be enslaved by our own tools? And to have the paradox, we mentioned it yesterday, of Facebook, where we were supposed to be connected, which is, we've created amazing opportunities. Imagine myself, an immigrant from Montenegro, former Yugoslavia, in the US, and my parents cannot see their grandchildren. Of course that Facebook is wonderful. But what happened along the way? And then we found each other sitting next to each other and scrolling. Something is amiss. right? So the question is, if we don't have that consciousness, this remember who you are, the being before the doing, before the tools, then we don't have a guiding system. Then our technology, our curiosity, our will to invent, which the Greeks called kairos, which also means the most opportune time to invent, something to think about. This just might be the most opportune time for these technologies because we are at an impasse. We just, on the planet, where are we going to go with all the existential risks, right? So this just might be the perfect, most opportune time. And our will to invent, the kairos, is unstoppable. Our curiosity is unstoppable. It's God-given to every being. But if our consciousness is not developing way above, at the higher level of order than that what we create, then we're in big trouble. So we have to accomplish at a higher level. So my question at the first statement to you is going to be, who can tell that story for the planet, for us? Can AI tell us that story? Who can tell us the story of what we want, need, and aspire to next? When it comes to accomplishing at a higher level of order and meeting the global challenges, if we have the consciousness for it, then is it possible? Can we actually steer technology to support that process? Possibly, preferably. If we want the expansion of capacities and connectivity, can technology help us in that process? Yes, would you say yes, technology can connect us? But again, without that consciousness, we are only going to have terrible, terrible, detrimental issues. So, bottom line is, the culture maker, the storyteller, the symbolic animal, zoon symbolikon, we are the symbolic animal, the readers of signs and storytellers and culture makers. We are the ones, only the ones that can do that. We are the ones that can redirect the course of our development. And it all hinges on our consciousness. So yesterday, I spoke about conscious technologies and explained what it means to go into even post-information era, where your very environment becomes integrated and can read all your biometrics and tell you where you are. The environment becomes conscious and you become a cyborg. Now, what about the technologies of the consciousness that were given to us by Indian civilization? That is the only saving grace to counter the detrimental effects of technology and to, in fact, up-level that for technology to truly serve its purpose, just as science should truly serve its purpose with social responsibility, so that we remember who we are, and that at the essence of who we are, and that we develop the sense and sensibility for that which is good, which is true, which is beautiful. Good, true, beautiful. This is the foundation of education. These are the fundamental principles, the ideals and the aspirations. So the life-affirming principles that harmonize our will to invent and our will to become into a beautiful being. Then my questions will go to help a little bit this event, because I feel a duty to contribute to the development of BestEU, not just participate in this marvelous gathering of minds and hearts. So let me ask you a question then. We have all spend time, 2 days, talking about education as the solution, because guess what education is? Conscious technology. especially if we take it up as not evolution by impulse, right? But conscious evolution. I mean, this is the Bharat Mata is the source of these ideals. So let me honestly ask you something. Do you think that education as it has been, as it is, might have dramatically created the problems that we're facing today? What if we recognize that the education might be the root cause of some bigger problems that we have? What are we going to do now? How can we completely reframe our conversation about education around this realization? Mind you, we said yesterday that the educational system is a system that was meant for industrial age, and it's 200 years old, truly outdated. So my question to you then, or our joint question should be, what is then, as I spoke yesterday about futures literacy and the role of India, my faith is India is such, as you have heard yesterday. What is the role of India, by extension, or by narrowing things down for action? What is the role of education, the way India is going to design it, or hopefully is designing it? And finally, to wrap up, but to begin truly, what is the role of BEST-EU? Best Innovation University. So briefly, I will just touch some pointers, but I would really kindly ask you to, as I'm speaking of these things, that you think about that. And my invitation, I don't know how we're going to do on time, but I would really like to somehow take, social leadership here and ask that maybe microphone be passed around, and I get to meet you, and we get to hear you. And you get to share of your being, okay, in cultural connection. So the role of India, I spoke about that yesterday, and in the geostrategic situation that we have in the world, I would say that, as Sri Aurobindo called, this is the moment for India to rise and to become the guru of the world, because nobody has that kind of a long-standing, marvelous, spiritual capital value system to guide everything. So besides, Muhammad Yunus got a Nobel Prize for economics because he was actually learning from the village ways, and that's what you were talking about, because sustainability is a given thing to villagers and farmers. They have nothing, they cannot waste. They make way out of no way. The role of education, as I mentioned, this is the actual conscious technology. And I advocate for initiatory learning, which is tending to life in everything that Vijay Lakshmi described, so I don't have to repeat it. But harmonizing your life, correlating your life with higher powers that gave you life, harmonizing our social structures with natural systems, harmonizing our inner nature with the needs of community and society. So I will just mention that. What is the role of Best Innovation University? The way I see BEST-EU, and I hope Dr. Rupa and Mr. Bharat Lal are listening, and I want to commend you, and I want to honor you and to thank you again. I see Best Innovation University as a protopia. At the times when we desperately need, because we cannot lull ourselves into utopian ideals that technology is going to save us. In fact, most of the time we swing the other direction, which is dystopia. We're terrified, rightfully so, on both sides. But guess what BEST-EU is doing? It is a protopia, meaning that it is a living model of future now. You prototype communities, learning centers, institutes, models of living, right? and life learning, you prototype that in a community that you can manage, and you become a model of living futures now. For that, and I will round off with this, for that we need transformational values-based learning. That means we spoke yesterday about values as a ways of organizing all of our knowledge, because we have no ways of organizing. We have an outpouring of information and don't even know what to do that to a maddening point. It's the values that are the organizing principles of life. So also, values are spiritual algorithms. When you have an algorithm unleashed onto the world that cannot be taken back, that you have to just produce more and all the biases that it unleashes in the world, there are spiritual algorithms which are the eternal universal values that you spoke about, that actually guarantee that you will have qualitative change for sustainable and exponential development. Then what we need is transdisciplinarity, meaning creating knowledge with society. This is just different language. Academic language is a counterpart to what you were saying, because this way, with many languages, we can reach more. But this is our culture connect. So the transdisciplinarity, to become a social artist, that's what you need to be. An agent of a curator of life-supporting principles, right? That is aware of their place in the world and the purpose, and tending to human needs and creating conditions for the realization of human aspiration. You need mobilization. Our wonderful colleague, Mrs. Park, I will just say Park from Korea, spoke about the Korean model, where she said that they calculated they need 1 million Koreans mobilized through education, right, to move the country forward a certain way. We have research that has shown us, Erica Chenoweth, actually from Colorado now at Harvard, if these titles mean something to you, some people need them. But guess what she studied? This is important. She studied peaceful or nonviolent protests and uprising. Whose heritage is that? Whose heritage is ahimsa? Well, she now has a world-renowned career at Harvard based on your values. But thanks to Dr. Chenoweth, which is commendable, is that she figured out that it takes 3.5% of population mobilized in unity, in nonviolent, peaceful uprising or movement that will ensure absolute societal transformation, no failing. That is approximately, I calculated, about 50 million of Indians. To be honest with you, that's not that much. And if today I can possibly tell you, remember who you are, if I can be that voice to call you back to your being, then please come around 50 million in unison to tilt the direction and steer the direction of global human development. Worldwide, it will take about 500 million. Just look at the influencers on the internet that has sucked us into eternal distraction from our being. They have billions of followers, millions of followers. So we need your models to remember in return who we are. And collaboration, we mentioned that, connecting collective intelligence organically. This is what we are doing. This is what we are doing. This is what Korea and India are doing. This is what Malaysia with Montenegro is doing, right? This is what's happening. That kind of collaboration, mind you, I started from small countries or culturally othered countries, because you're not small country, but we have witnessed that you're othered country, right? They need to come together. The non-alignment, peaceful movement for global transformation. And then finally, inclusivity based on the interbeing. Yesterday we heard we're all one family. This entire conversation, this gathering started from one human family. That sense of profound interconnectedness of all beings and all life forms. And the values are those that can lead that exponential development through initiatory learning that I trust, absolutely trust, that universities like BestEU in collaboration like this international, with cultural exchange, with goodness of will, in goodness, in truth, and in beauty, will take us forward and counter the effects of technology running amok and guiding the technology to facilitate the greater cultural connection. Thank you.
So I just have one more point to add. The basis of yoga is awareness. They always tell you, be aware of your breath, be aware. So it's not just about when you do yoga asana, but the yoga of life means awareness. So we can use technology all we
Through the social media, want to send the right messages from this place. Be a different kind of influencer.
Ma'am, so thanks for sharing this wonderful, thoughts about culture as well as our heritage. I think we have heard a big contrast in the morning and now. So, it has given a thought to us that make sure that the universities or the educators are passing this understanding to the students, because eventually they has to learn all these things together, right?
Well, first of all, thank you for the question. I'll be as brief as possible on a minor topic of universal proportions. First of all, we have to have faith in the intrinsic value of human being given by birthright, that it's there to unfold. If you give them technological tools, they will learn anything, and not only learn one thing or another, they will synthesize it into a higher level of understanding naturally. That's a God-given design. They were already designed, coded. I'm intentionally using that word. They were coded for learning and success and unfoldment of the unique self. Our job is to love, nurture, provide universal values, say welcome to this dimension, welcome to the planet, and model relationships to them that are positive in the households, and be the facilitators of their growth, mentors in their growth, and provide values, because technology is here. I am here for interbeing. And I am here for interbeing. And this is what we're witnessing in the US. School shootings and all kinds of things, because children are neglected and abandoned in the midst of material wealth. So, when it comes to technology, how do you do it? What do you do? Well, guess who is coding technology? And out that do that are data architects and people that are experts in, as they say, large language. Guess what they're doing? They're parsing human language, putting it in the machine so that they can recognize what we are saying. So this is our way of demystifying artificial intelligence. It's collective intelligence. So let us be mindful of what we are coding into machines. Because if we code prejudice, greed, profit, not people, not inclusivity, not interbeing, not the values of peaceful coexistence, solidarity, co-responsibility. I mean, these are not ideals. These are very, very practical guidances. These are practical algorithms for our present and our future. So every child, unavoidably, will not be going to school anymore to learn I don't know what. The federated knowledge will be even implanted. What's going to become of the being.
unfortunately, our students, those are now, they are, that overburdened with technology. They have many, many things in their pocket. But actually the essence of life, existentialism, if you can say, they are going far away. How many of our students are getting early in the morning? They are doing yoga, they are doing prayer, they are worshipping their parents. Very few of them. They have everything in their mind, but they are using, which is technology in a negative way. So like Madam just chanted one mantras, right? Why it is? Because it is embedded from the culture. In every culture, every religion, the spirituality is one. Be it Hinduism, it is Islamic, it is Christianity, or any religion, right? We have to teach the students the essence of spirituality. Like for example, in a school, if we start the prayer with some chanting mantras from Bhagavad Gita, I'm chanting like Om Sri Paramatmane Namaha Atha Srimad Bhagavad Gita Atha Dhyana Yoga Om Parthaya Pratibodhitam Bhagavata Narayanena Swayam Vyasena Grathitam Purana Munina Madhye Mahabharatam Adhyataamritavarsining Bhagavati Ashtadasadhyayini Mambatvamanusanthadhami Bhagavad Gita Bhavadvesinim. In this way, if the parents, right, the parents, and that they teach the students spiritualism, values, culture, and how they can, then they will connect with technology in a better way. Because now they do not know that which is good, which is bad for them. They are just, that flowing on the path of, as everybody is flowing. So we have to, very beginning, it is our importance, our duty to teach our students the spiritual connectivism. The spiritual connectivism very important for our students, our teachers, even the elders even. Right now, if you go to a family, you find the parents do not have time to talk to the children. Our time, when we are very small children, we are having a lot of stories about the culture. Now we are living in the nuclear families. Our joint family has lost. So therefore it is important that to teach the students, the children, young children, how they can connect with their culture with spiritual way. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would like to imagine a technology where you will be able to, I know it's possible, it's just on our decision, well, you will be able to share your blissful state with another human being and bring them into your mental states to be there with you. We would really be with each other. I want to imagine a technology like that, and I know it's possible, and it all depends on our collective decision, what we use it for people connection or for profit.
Well, I have no words to say. My words fail me to describe what had just happened just 1 hour ago. I'm sure the audience would agree when I say that, we wanted it to continue for another hour, but unfortunately we have a time constraint. We could just go on listening to you, endlessly. Thank you very much for doing this, ma'am. Thank you very much, both of you, in fact. Ma'am, if I can request you. Now, may I request our beloved Chairman Shri Bharatlal Meenaji and our Chancellor Dr. Rupa ma'am to join us on stage to felicitate both of our lovely ladies there, Dr. Mila Popovich and Srimati Vijayalakshmi Vijay Kumar. Ma'am, and so may I kindly request you to present a memento as a token of love and gratitude to Srimati Vijay Kumar, Vijayalakshmi Vijay Kumar. Thank you so much. Ma'am and sir, may I now request you to present a moment to Dr. Miller as a token of love and appreciation. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, all the dignitaries on stage. I mean every single word of it. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to welcome Dr. Sundaresh Bilgi, Vice Chancellor, Bharatiya Engineering Science and Technology Innovative University, Andhra Pradesh, for his concluding remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, guests, invitees, what an event it was. I think the most difficult task for me, the best university was involved in this. I got a very, no, I got fancy of this Jugaad to Jackass. And it's so real actually. So every day I think we do this, adjusting ourselves to shortcut a few things, get it done. To Jackass, that word's fantabulous way of doing stuff. It means so much to all of us. And she explained how Best Innovation University is involved in experiential learning through community engagement for our students, mostly agricultural students. The genesis of World Forum for Education. And she also spoke about Indic tradition of learning, Adhyayana, Manana, and Chintana. Though Sri Subhash Sarkarji, Minister of Education, Government of India, could not be here for the event, he delivered the presidential address through a AV. He elaborated on how technology and sustainability become the pillars of future education. He stressed upon a number of things while delivering this address. I think it was a very broad address, almost covering all pillars of education, and in light of technology, how we should view it. Further to this, our guest of honor, Sri Vijay Chautaiwale-ji, in charge of Foreign Affairs in Bharatiya Janata Party, spoke about UPI. How this UPI has become a very unique invention as far as we are concerned, and how it is transforming the life of almost every individual at all stages of life in India. Further, he talked about how scalability can be achieved and why India should become a country of innovators and creators. Our guest of honor, Shri Ashutosh Sharmaji, President of INSA Chair of S20 also, stressed on the importance of sustainability. I think both the speeches that he had got, there was a lot of social concern, impact in society, and how we should tackle that. Our guest of honor exhorted us to understand the importance of questioning as, aka inquisitiveness also. Being a land of questioning ourselves, I think, right from our ancient modern campuses. And this was in light of, you know, uh, more in light of online learning. I think that was the intent in this. And the unanimous, again, I would say, feeling was that brick and mortar facilities are indispensable. They're going to stay. But to reduce to a great extent in order to adopt digital way of learning. And digital will be the new asset portfolio. The next session by Dr. Mila Popovic, Director General, she's from Montenegro, spoke about singularity, AI, ethics, social impact, and inclusivity, all intertwined to each other and elucidated very well. It was an amazing session, opened up lots of thoughts. When people go into silence after listening to a discussion, which means thoughts have been triggered. That's what we could see so much. And the focus again was on, technology, adoption of technology, how much we should get in, how much we should not be, and what kind of diligence is required before getting into it. And Israel, and the way Israel is promoting agriculture even in arid regions. So some of the learnings are pretty useful to us. We are already in collaboration with some of the Israel entities. I think definitely it will go a long way for us as well. Dr. Mazura took us through a complete presentation on UTM in Malaysia and the way her product company is doing and how we can leverage her portfolio and services for our universities, especially in the field of plant extractions. Dr. Marilyn, President of Samar State University, Philippines, led us through information on the university and the plans for expansion and possible collaborations. And what a wonderful day it was, the day one. With so many ideas being exchanged, Best Innovation University was able to sign collaborations, 8 collaborations, collaboration MOUs, and I am sure we will harness all the power of collaborations in all of this. No doubt, academically, it was a very intense day, but I think it ended superbly in terms of, I would say, very colorful, energetic performance by youngsters. Various dance forms were performed. We had Bharatanatyam, we had Kuchipudi, we had some more dance forms in terms of for local Andhra Pradesh dance forms were also there. And it was exhilarating for us. I think the clapping itself was a sign of how the audience received it. It was a wonderful day and the end to the day. Day 2, today, we started with special address by guests from India-based eminent organizations. Professor Ashutosh Sharmaji, President of INSA, gave a very lucid way of looking at innovation versus invention. Particularly what caught my attention was invention being money in, knowledge out, whereas innovation being knowledge in and money out. And the difference is very subtle, and if we have this discern, we can really be commercially successful. And he also spoke about creativity being connecting the dots which have not been connected before. He spoke about how DST initiatives help academics. Other focus was on making technology more humane and socially inclusive. Further to this, Dr. Srinivas Rao, Director of NORM, spoke about how NORM is using training. See, NORM is into training agriculture, for agricultural scientists, and how we utilize that to our advantage. He also spoke about managing waste in different forms, whether it is plastic or e-waste, and how, compared to the previous day observations on how further the most of these 2 days was a rendezvous with Sri Ram Madhavji, President of India Foundation, ex-General Secretary, BJP. This interaction session was moderated by our Chancellor, Dr. Rupa Vasudevanji. And all of us were there. I think it's a very, very important session. Very thought-provoking. Dr. Sri Ram Madhavji spoke about how AI is going to make life more. 035 will be a new world altogether if we allow the same pace of developments to continue. Should we call it as development or progression? We have to look at it. He made us ponder over several things. True innovation versus imitation, creativity versus ingenious copying. And he also wanted us to look at why China is more successful compared to India, and told us very clearly that we are in the catch-up phase. We have to catch up and then accelerate. Both the things have to happen. One thing that particularly caught my attention was his statement: we need researchers who find answers, who find answer questions that do not exist. Basically what he says is, if we know something, there is already some knowledge, if you have a question. But there are many, many, many questions which even we are not even aware of, which we need to find answers. Those are true innovations. And this is actually happening in some of the developed countries and China as well. And how do we prepare such scientists, such researchers? As a part of the panel, Shri Kuvar Shekhar Vijendraji was there. He was stressing upon change being inside out and not outside in. He spoke about why every university should have a school of innovation. Our Chancellor, Rupa Vasudevanji, introduced the concept of social consciousness at this juncture. Social consciousness being a prime mover towards innovation. Chancellor of Sri Sri University, Rajita Kulkarni ji, brought in a new question. What makes us better humanity? What makes us better humanity? For example, she talked about an example of a boy marrying a robo in one of the places. And what are the repercussions? What happens when this takes a broader scope? Basically meaning, if many boys opt for this, what happens? So these are socially, social issues, ethical issues to be pondered over by all of us. Then Dr. Madhu Chitkaraji, she has introduced the concept of universities being knowledge malls. Very interesting thought, of course, where a student can walk in for what they need in their journey of learning, take that particular thing and keep running. Sri Yadavji, Chancellor of IAS University, spoke about innovations starting right in schools. His opinion was, if we have got to think of innovations in higher education institutions, then we should also start looking at it right from primary school, let's say. Okay. I think here I have an observation that we are a land of seekers. I come to that again and again. We were talking about Mandukya Upanishad, Keno Upanishad, and when Ram Madhavji spoke about Yajnavalkya and Maitreyi's discussion, 250 questions being asked, being answered, and at the end of it, there is a realization that dawns in both of them. So I think we are a land of questioning and reasoning. Obviously, I think we need to look at enhancing our capability to question. I still remember, teachers talking about if you ask more than, a couple of questions, you would be reprimanded. Whereas modern management theory tells us very, very clearly, ask 5 whys, you go to the root cause. So we don't even ask our students to ask, 5 whys. That's the problem. And Ram Madhavji further wanted us to adopt a larger objective and objective prism, I think. So when he came back on the second round, so we were actually looking at, don't be subjective, let's look at it from a larger and objective prism, so that at a bird's eye view level, you get a much better visualization of where we are. And he elaborated on how ancient India had this concept and how, the society allowed questioning. And at the end of this, Chancellor Rupa Vasudevji summed up all of this in 4 simple lines. We are looking at responsibility, basically responsibly developing mindsets, lifelong learning being the second one, and reflective learning being the third one, and better ways of assessment being the fourth one. End of it, I think the session, Ram Madhavji's session, showed us a mirror as to where we are and what we need to catch up with. Session 3, leading higher education in digital era. We had Mr. Pradeep Pandey, Director of Grant Thornton. He was the moderator. He spoke about self-sufficiency. Then Mr. Vittal, he spoke from IBM. He spoke about skills, requirement, then entrepreneurship and research, how these are all intertwined and how these are to be embedded. Dr. Raja Reddy spoke about, are we actually producing degrees, or basically are we a factory of producing grads? Should we change our approach? What causes unemployment? We pondered over those questions. Then we had Dr. Park talking about education focusing on AI and portfolio, the need for such education, and what happens if we don't do that. Session 4, green economy, we were talking about food, energy, and waste nexus. Our young scientist, Dr. Taramani, spoke about energy utilization and conversion, capturing CO2 and utilizing that. Rohit Modi sir talked about how green hydrogen energy is to be used in the future. Srimati Hiresh Sharma ji spoke about how mushroom cultivation is helping in community engagement and development. And lastly, we had Srimati Vijay Lakshmi ji and Dr. Mila's sessions. And I think it was so profound that I have just tried to capture in one sentence how our roots and heritage help us being rooted, yet being in tandem with times. And end of it, the 2 days put together, we are looking at, I have just tried to capture it in 5 bullet points. What we are trying to carry away from here are these 5 points. Innovation and creativity in the context of India. We have to move from status quo to catch up and accelerate. We have to collaborate, and collaborate. We have to be rooted even when we are on the digital path. That makes no sense. We have got to be rooted. Inclusivity, diversity, sustainability should be the underpinning guidelines for all our future efforts. And government agencies like DST now are there for us to leverage, available to have deep expertise in our campuses. Thank you so much. And Thank you so much for being a wonderful audience. It was great being with all of you for these 2 days. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your concluding remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, now may I invite Sri Bharatlal Meenaji, Chairman, Bharatiya Engineering, Science and Technology, Innovative University, Andhra Pradesh, for his closing declaration.
Good evening, everyone. Every beautiful thing which begins has to also end. And this today's experience also has come a full circle. This is version 2 of International Innovation and Creativity Conclave. The first version we had was in Bangalore in 2019, February. And few days thereafter, we had COVID, unfortunately, and we could never do this conclave in between. And COVID experience, as we all have seen, people have spoken about that also, it disrupted the whole thing. It disrupted the way we think. We never thought that the whole world could be shaken by a pandemic. And that is what happened. And in education, I think maximum influence happened and disruption happens in education. And that was a great learning for us, though it was not a welcome thing to happen, but something great happened. And now we planned it as a second version here. And this 2 days experience was wonderful. This magnificent show which we have witnessed, behind this there is a strong team behind Dr. Rupa Vasudevan, my colleague. That team has burnt midnight oil. They have worked very hard for months and months. And here also they were not sleeping. They didn't have full rest. So we remember their services for putting up such a great show, and that we have witnessed it. I would call all of them here to join us during for a show up and photo op. The whole concept of this even university, the creation of this university itself is something amazing, which I never thought that I could be part of a university and I could create a university. I superannuated in 2017, and few months before that we had discussion with Dr. Rupa, and we were just traveling in a flight from my hometown to Bangalore, and she said, why not we think of a university instead of having an institute which we were planning to create as International Academy of India Studies is what we had in mind, which could highlight, which could bring together the people who have interest in India-centric studies. That's what we had thought. But when she suggested that we could plan a university, then I said, okay, why not? Let's give it a try. And that's how the concept of this university started as an idea. My colleague, Mr. Manmohan Singh ji is here. He was there in government in Andhra Pradesh. We studied several acts of various states and found out that in a neighboring state of Andhra Pradesh, the legislation is good, the government is progressive, and let's try there. And that's how we zeroed in on setting up of a university near Bangalore. Bangalore, is IT capital. Closest to this is where we wanted to set up. That's where we zeroed in on the present district of Satyasai district. And We went to government, the government was very considerate, and that's how the concept took a shape. And today, that university is flourishing like a seed sprouts from the ground. And what we see, the World Forum for Education and the i2C2 is also an idea. It is an idea of bringing like-minded people, bringing people, learned people from all over the world, and make them think what is that we can do collectively for the society, for those people who do not even get education. In our country, we are talking of 21st century, there are 76% of people who are outside the spectrum of higher education. That means they do not go to colleges and higher education institutions. So they are just left behind from the mainstream. So this type of forum provides an opportunity where we can deliberate on various things which cannot be discussed in university framework. University framework works within the rules, within the framework, but then this forum doesn't have any framework. It can go beyond the boundaries, it can discuss many things, like we heard Mila Popovich and Vijay Kumarji and others also. Any idea can be discussed in these platforms, and that is the flexibility this platform provides. I'm sure lots of ideas have come here, and in due course we will try to do that. Lots of takeaways were there for us also as organizers. We could see that we had more speakers than the audience. We had, I wish we could have invited more people who could have be part of great ideas and deliberations which happened here, and we witnessed. Overall, it was a wonderful experience for all of us, and it was a good show. We are very happy that it could come up this way. Our gratitude to all the speakers who have come from all over the world, from various parts of the country, all the delegates, the audience, our volunteers, and the members of the press and media who took part in our curtain raiser press conference also, and who participated here also. We are grateful to them for giving wide coverage to us. And we have had good experience of these 2 days, and considering the suggestions which came during this conference, we will definitely take forward those suggestions, and we'll try to do whatever we can do. And one thing which emerged is a lot of collaborations. Here also, more than a dozen MOUs we have signed with like-minded universities, industries, and other organizations. So it has given this as a great takeaway for us. So it was overall wonderful show by all of us, the team i2C2. Now is the time to invite one by one all of them to come over the stage. First, I would like to invite Dr. S.S. Bilgi, who just joined us a few days back, and he was pushed in this battle. He is not even 1 week old, and he was pushed to managing this show. So I invite him to be here. Then we have a great team led by Nitin Sombansi, our registrar, who has worked very hard to put up this great show. Sri Rakesh Bhaskar, who was traveling all over the country and who was also invited from Northeast to come here and be part of it. So I would invite him to come over the stage. Dr. Nagajyoti, the Director Research. She's doing wonderful work for us, and she has managed the stage show. Stage management is what she did. Wonderful work she did. We have Amiya Sahu, our personal assistant and private personal secretary for both of us. He is one secretary serving both the bosses, the chancellor and the chairman. So he must have undergone a lot of pressure definitely. Then I would invite Abhishek Chauhan, head of our legal team. Sri Srinivas Srivatsa Rao, the head of IT. Mr. Jayaprakash, who did manage the logistics and the movement of entire team to and fro from airport to here and here to airport. Sri Krishna Mohan, the person who is holding the purse, our CFAO. He contributed in budgeting lot of things. Syed Chand Pasha is our driver and he is our assistant. He has done absolutely good work. Where is Chand Pasha? Ji here. Okay. Mr. James, our field assistant, who has come with his own money, spending his own money to participate here. Madam Basvi and Akshita, the two ladies who have always been with the gents here, and they have supported the whole team. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now I will invite Dr. Rupa Vasudevan to come over the stage and felicitate all of them. Mr. Deepak is the one who managed our show at our airport and here also. And Mr. Rajesh, the person who took care of the hospitality here, and he was the one who was taking care of every guest and trying to make them feel very good. Now, one member of our team who joined us as MC, our friend Mr. Subramaniam, I would request him to join us. He did a wonderful job. He has joined us from Bangalore, and I think he has passed. He has secured pass marks. This was a test for him. So, yeah, you can start one by one. You start. With this, we close this beautiful session. Thank you very much for being part of it. See you next time.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, can we all raise in honor of the national anthem?
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे